This video is part 2. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm ready. Okay. Professional streaming at its finest. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's me, Naven from Naven Gaming, and today we're going to be reacting to a few videos that I thought would be nice to react to. I've been personally trying not to watch them. I know a lot of people have been reacting to them as is, and I've been purposely trying to avoid all of them, including the actual video, to essentially do my own reaction of a few of them. I also included, well, two of them are Warhammer, but I decided to go back to the well, so to speak. But before I get to that, I just wanted to take this moment to say happy Men's Wellness Day. Well, not Wellness Day, but month, I guess. I did not know that June was like was like a time for mental health awareness for men. That's kind of interesting. But yeah. So I thought I'd take the time just to say that because, it's not exactly easy these days. Certainly not. And as far as God, I've had quite the week, let me tell you. I was going to make a video like yesterday and maybe even like a little bit before I had to go to work a few days ago, but it was fascinating. See, I started my computer, right? I clicked up the screen, I got past the lock screen, and magically, right? Suddenly, almost out of nowhere, soon as the screen turned on, I heard a sound that sounded like a slight little, just like a light little spark, and then poof, it just turned off, and it would not turn back on. And so I had thought almost initially that my laptop had officially been bricked. And I even went through the process, right, of like, well, I guess if it's broken and if I'm going to be getting a new laptop either way, I guess I'll just go ahead and take a look at it and see what's wrong with it. And so I did something that I don't usually do, which is like I took the laptop and I flipped it over, I took it apart, and I looked at the inside of it, and it was an interesting experience. But no, it was fine. I don't know what happened to it that made it just kind of like permanently turn itself off like that until I ran out the battery, but it did that. But essentially, all I did really was just clean it and then just put the covering back on and everything, and that was just my week, I guess. But yeah, boy, oh boy, that was something. I actually thought I was going to have to buy a new laptop for a second. Now, as far as why I don't just buy a PC, a desktop, a tower, I don't have any room for it. Where I do all of my gaming is literally at the foot of my bed. I have like a small table like thing that I put on top of the bed, and I just play a game on that while sitting crisscross with the other laptop next to it, slightly hovered by a stand. But yeah, that's a little bit of an insight on how I typically tend to not only do my gaming but also how I do my streaming. But otherwise, yeah, I thought we'd just get that out of the way. So now returning to the actual topics at hand. So I decided to go back to the well a bit. Much to I don't know. It's been a while since I actually reacted to a shoe on head video on this channel. The last time I reacted to a shoe on head video, granted, it got a lot of views. So it seems natural, right, that I would go back to the quote unquote well at some point, right? But it just feels. I don't know how else to say this. It feels just kind of, we'll just say, yucky to go back to the well. Not necessarily because I think that, and that I not because I don't like Shoe or anything. It's just that I mean, I watch Shoe's content on the regular in my own time sometimes. Whenever she has a new video, it's always something I like to watch just to see what she has to say about it. It's just that it's reacting to it is weird because on one hand, I don't want to consistently react to her content. Like, I don't want to be farming, like, I feel like I'm farming content from her, basically. I feel like I'm farming views. I feel like I'm straight grifting when I react to shoe on head content. So, it's one of the reasons why I don't do it. The other reason why... There we go. Okay, and the other reason why I decided to choose this particular video was because it's a topic that I'm also already familiar with. And so it'd be interesting to see her take on it. So that's pretty much the long and short of it. Anyways, I don't have a whole lot of time to work with, but we'll just go ahead and just jump right into it. And then we're going to be playing Hell Is Us, which, if I remember correctly, that's a game being made by Kojima Productions, right? When I looked at Steam, it said that it was being made by a different company entirely, but I could have swore when I saw, like, reveal trailers of it, it was being made by, like, Kojima Productions or something related to Hideo Kojima himself, but maybe I was wrong. So, yeah, without further ado, let's just jump right into it, I guess. And, let's see. Yep. The audio's just getting kind of buggy all of a sudden. I don't like that. It should fix itself by the time I start playing the video, but it's a little weird that it does that. Anyways, I've noticed that whenever I do any type of streaming, it always gets buggy. Alright, anyways. But yeah, do feel free to subscribe, like the video, and we'll just get right into it now.
Men. What do they want? Money? Status? Fast, expensive cars? What is the ultimate male fantasy? Is it fame? Fortune? 3 hot chicks at once? Haha, hell yeah, brother. No, according to men on the internet, it's something a little more simple.
I mean, one is enough, 2 is too many, but 3 is certainly a wild one, to be sure. Look, I mean, there is a weird sort of fantasy about the idea of about messing around with twins for some dudes, right? But that's like a rare that's like a rare occurrence. That's not something that you're likely to encounter, let alone actually get as far enough to actually get to that point. And it's as far as 3 at once, that's 2 is more than likely just from like 2 different women, but it's like that's a lot more likelier to happen than just let alone 3 or even like twins. But that's usually the ones that are the most popular, aren't they? At least they're the ones that are the most talked about in some of my, not just in my own circles, but just in general. Like whenever guys talk about like a weird sort of like I guess you could say sexual encounters that they would like to have. Some of those are usually being like they either want to do twins or they want to have a group session, so to speak. So I don't know how the hell you would juggle 3 women, but she's got an interesting point, I guess.
To men on the internet, it's something a little more simple.
Oh my god, what is this fetishistic content on screen? Who would dare do this?
Just a fetish. I fucking hate men so much. Men are why we can't have nice things.
Here we go.
As I was working on an upcoming video, I made the terrible mistake of logging onto Twitter, where I saw this post. a montage from the anime Josie, the Tiger, and the Fish, a movie about a college student who is assigned to take care of a paraplegic girl, and spoiler, eventually they fall in love. Many men were yearn posting in the replies of this tweet and talking about how they wish to fall in love and would love a relationship like this, while many others, mostly women, were absolutely fucking disgusted at this. Why would a bunch of men be fantasizing about being with a woman in a wheelchair? Seems pretty creepy and predatory, right? Also just unrealistic and problematic. Well, in this video, we are going to be talking about why so many men resonated to that clip and this movie, and why so many people are so confused as to why. We are also going to be reading some absolutely unhinged tweets, as usual, to get to the bottom of why such a wholesome post turned into, once again, another battlefront for the ongoing, never-ending gender war.
God. It's like, you watch the video, right? And you see this cute, very sort of almost like happy, bubbly sort of relationship between two people. And it seems really nice. It seems kind of serene even. And it looks just like they're having fun doing whatever the fuck. And then a lot of people are just like, yeah, that's cool. That's a relationship I would like to have. And then some of the fucking weirdos are just like, oh my god, why do men find this to be so weirdly why did they find this so weirdly fantasizing? Like, why are they fetishizing paraplegic women? And it's just like, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. It's not about the fact that she's paraplegic. It's about the fact that it's an actual show that focuses on trying, or was it a movie? Oh god, I don't even remember now. But anyways, it's a work of fiction focusing on a romance between two people that actually seems nice, and there's nothing combative about it, and there's nothing annoying about it. All right, it's just wholesome content. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's in a wheelchair, but so a lot of people tend to hyperfixate around this particular issue, and it's just like, it has nothing to do with the wheelchair. It's just about, oh, look at the wholesomeness of this content. Look at how awesome, about how cool, fun, and even romantic this whole thing looks. It's nothing about the goddamn wheelchair aspect of it. The fucking wheelchair aspect of it is like the furthest thing from the conversation in most people's minds. At least, especially even men's minds. And some of them are just straight up just like, oh, but they just want a girl, basically, who just can't run away from them. That actively depends on them. And it's like, no, not really. I mean, do guys like to help? Sure. Would guys feel better about it if they were dependent on a little bit more than is reasonably should? Maybe. But I think a lot of people and a lot of men just like a woman who just appreciates them and respects them enough to actually care about them and their well-being, among other things, right? It really is a wonder how fucking stupid the modern generation of women as well as some men are, because they literally can look at something as wholesome as this and they're just like, there is something creepy about this. I see an interesting parallel. I see a weird connection. Just like, there's nothing here. You're literally making a mountain out of a molehill. It is nothing that fucking nefarious. It boggles my own mind half the time. Anyways, moving on.
Again, another battlefront for the ongoing, never-ending gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, the dealing with dating apps. Do men prefer thin women or curvy women? Brunettes or blondes? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean-shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let's quickly get into today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. You ever just accept that some products are just garbage? Like, for years, I thought ripping your tights on the first wear was just a part of being a human woman. We just accepted that. That's just how it is, sweetie. But that shouldn't be how it is. It's a bad design. And that's why I like Henson shaving. Because if you've ever used a multi-blade razor, you're probably sick of the irritation, the razor burn, the overpriced blades, and you probably think, that's just the way it is. But it doesn't have to be how it is. Thanks to Henson Shaving. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving, with no gimmicky subscriptions or moisturizing strips, but with real innovation and a focus on your skin's health. What really sets Henson apart is their engineering, with their Henson AL-13 safety razor being manufactured in an aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. The razor prevents any bouncing or skipping, resulting in an irritation-free shave every time. And here's the best part, once you invest in a Henson razor, it's a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace are the blades, which literally cost only 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll be spending like $3 to $5 on blades, compared to the ongoing cost of buying expensive plastic cartridges. Henson's store offers a variety of colors and even a titanium version, so you can pick the razor that best fits your style. So if you're tired of razor burn and overpaying for blades, now is the perfect time to make the switch. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and the 100 blades to your car, and then enter code SHOE at checkout to get the 100 blades for free with your purchase. Your skin, your wallet, and your environment will thank you. Big thanks to Henson Razor for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. You didn't skip the ad, right? Now, let's get back to the video.
No, I don't skip the ads. I consistently never do. I was planning on reacting to this a week from now, but since everyone's already kind of jumping on the ship to react to this, I don't usually use that as an excuse, but, everyone's already reacting to it. Shu clearly is aware of the fact that people react to her content, and, it's been a few days at the very least. I feel like all of the traction to the video has come, and is now starting to go on the slow decline, so to speak, when it comes to viewership. Because it comes in as, from what I understand, most of the view count is on the first day, followed by maybe a little bit more from the second day, and then from there on, it just starts to peter out a little bit. So I'm currently tackling it at a point where it's just most of the viewership she would have gotten would have happened on the, has already, come and gone. So at least that's how I remember the YouTube algorithm working. So, as well as how video content on here works. So maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. Either way, I definitely would suggest that if you haven't seen the video yourself, you can go ahead and watch it yourself. Maybe come back to this one. I'll certainly be here. I'm going to be reacting to a few other videos. Some of them are going to probably be an hour long. At least one of them is. I know that to be sure. Actually, two of them are, actually. I don't know if I'm going to have... I'm not sure what my time is going to look like by the end of this, but I'm hoping to get to the Hell Is Us demo at some point. I'll probably just skip some of the reactions or so, and just go straight into that, especially depending on how much, because, I tend to pause a lot during videos, and that's to rant, and that's kind of both the quality of reacting to a video, while at the same time it's the problem of also, I just get into a tangent too easily. It's a bit of a me issue there, but I try to keep it quick, concise, at least to the point, at the very least. And that being said, I'm just gonna go back into that.
Anime connoisseur. In fact, I basically know nothing about anime. I am probably the most tourist of all the tourists. Yeah, hi. I have a question. Was the upskirt shot necessary in order to advance the plot? I watched Pokemon and Sailor Moon when I was a kid.
No, it never is.
A few years ago, I watched Beastars on Netflix. Legoshi, best boy. Not a furry, by the way. And honestly, that's about it for my anime consumption. Unless you're counting VTubers. If you're counting VTubers, I I watch a lot of anime. But because of this clip going viral, I watched Josie the Tiger and the Fish, and, well, I thought it was a good movie. I recommend watching it. I thought it was a really cute, good story. I only cried a little bit. And I completely understood what the tweet meant by calling it the average male fantasy. So, what was wrong with it? Why did this clip go so viral in such a negative way? Why were thousands of people angry at this post? Well, let us...
Well, it's because they're sad, unhappy, and bitter human beings. That's literally just the problem of miserable people being absolutely miserable. You know, and you know how this works, right? Misery attracts. It's the same thing. It's really a problem of Twitter. It's a problem of the internet at large. There's too many miserable people on this godforsaken planet. People need to go the fuck outside and find ways to alleviate this problem. And some might even argue that I'm a bit miserable as well, because I certainly don't put nearly as much effort as I should into the streaming thing. And I feel like I could do so much more if I just had the passion for it, which I don't have the passion for a lot of things anymore. It's hard to work up the motivation to do anything. Hell, I sometimes have to actually work hard to even get up in the morning. It is a really fascinating process, isn't it? You know, like, we live in a first world country where everything is great to a degree, and, you know, it's your mileage in life is basically just how much money you make, and that's the only thing you need to worry about. And yet, despite this fact, despite this one essential truth, everything feels like shit. It feels like dog shit. Life feels like dog shit. Nothing is satisfying. Nothing is gratifying. And you better fucking believe nothing feels good anymore. And any joy that was in the things that you do like to do, and the things you do enjoy, have been at some point or another had the life sucked out of it, because companies forgot that products had to be enjoyable. And so you're kind of left sitting there just wondering, what the fuck am I supposed to do with myself? I'm getting into a depressing topic, but that's basically the long and short of living in a first world country. You know, like, unlike other countries, you know, like, where the biggest problem is that you just need to either be smart enough to, like, survive in a country that has little to no means of actually being able to help maintain a sustainable form of living, or, you know, you're actively having to fight for your next meal, maybe having to hunt for it, among other things. You know, here in first world countries, there's a lot of existentialistic bullshit that you have to contend with, on top of the fact that everybody's on the same playing field, competing for the same jobs and opportunities you're competing for, and then the people who do get those jobs and opportunities like to take the ladder out right from under them as soon as they get further in life. And it's certainly a fascinating process to be in a first world country, having to see the absolute bottom feeder level behavior, and then having to live and cope with the fact that there is no fucking means or way to get around a lot of these issues without just some basic common decency and respect. It fucking baffles my mind all of the goddamn time. I hate my fucking job. Not this job. This job I do every so often, or not. I hate any other type of job. I hate the job that I have to go to just to make ends meet. That's the kind of job that I hate. I still have yet to get my car done, by the way. Since I'm going to be taking that thing in, I have a date schedule for it, but that's not for at least, like, another few days. And even then, I might have to sell it and then get it in, you know, like, exchange it for another vehicle, simply so that way I can actually have a proper working vehicle. And it's not even broken. In fact, I could probably continue to drive it. It's just the problem, of course, is that parts of it are broken. It's probably going to take too much money to repair some of its issues. And yeah, it's just wanting to repair the whole thing is going to be a massive time sink, but that's neither here or there. Anyways, yeah, life sucks. Go figure. If only people could just accept it and move forward, right? But that's asking too much from the Twitter people.
Why were thousands of people angry at this post? Well, let us dilly-dally no longer and read some of these angry replies to get a better understanding of what the issue is, shall we? Wholesome male fantasy, and it's fetishizing a disabled girl for him to control. Oh no. They think, oh god, why? Always vulnerable, always happy, always needs you. Pretty perverted. Where are these fan fictions coming from? There were like hundreds of tweets just like
They read too much doujinshi or hentai. They read way too many weird fucking novels. I wouldn't even be surprised if these people are from places like, you know, they're the usual suspects from Book Talk, among other things. Like, you know that some of these people have seen and engage with the most deranged shit, that they can't see anything as normal anymore. They have to be thinking, damn it, they're fetishizing people who shouldn't be fetishized. How could they do this? I have to reiterate, your likes on Twitter are viewable. You can actually view them. People can see your likes on Twitter. It is a fascinating. I bet you if you go down the rabbit hole of some of these accounts who are saying some pretty heinous shit about this particular clip, I bet you're gonna find some pretty interesting things in their likes. I would not doubt it, because it's usually the people with actual skeletons in their closet who somehow have the biggest beef with certain things, and it's the funniest fucking thing in the universe. I don't know if they're just trying to pretend, right, that it's not a them problem, or if they're trying to pretend like, oh no, I don't like this kind of content, and then you go and look at their likes, it's like, I have thousands upon thousands of things that you've liked and posts that you've liked that tell me otherwise. God, Rev was not joking.
pretty perverted. Where are these fan fictions coming from? There were like hundreds of tweets just like this. Why did they see a cute montage of a happy couple, a man and a woman happy, together? I know, unheard of. Why did they see that and then immediately come to
No, unheard of.
Like, as someone who actually watched the movie, Josie is not always happy, and she's absolutely not portrayed as some, like, vulnerable, ooh-woo, sex doll waifu. She's boisterous, she kind of has a foul mouth, she's very sassy and headstrong, she like straight up calls him her servant, but she was also very depressed. She basically never left her house, she was basically a girl failure. As a former girl failure, I love to see representation in media.
Sounds like me, honestly. I feel like that should be me. I feel like I relate to that as, like a lot more these days. Especially since I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing anymore. Anyways, that sounds like a proper plot to any type of fiction. It sounds like a true proper plot for actual romance to take place. Why is this so bad? I don't understand.
But they actually show her disability, like, not in a good way. Like, they don't romanticize it, they don't sugarcoat it. And I noticed, unlike a lot of movies, unlike a lot of romance movies, at least like the Hallmark kind, where it's like the stuffy male lead learning to live life from the quirky, cute female lead, he's already got his shit together. And she learns to live life from him. He encourages her to live her dreams, and in return, he learns to live life in a completely different way. And I thought that was really cool and sweet. Also, the animation was really good. Is anime good? Have I been sleeping on anime this entire time?
Oh, yeah, yes, you have. You've been sleeping on anime for the longest time. Like, I'm not gonna say that everything that's anime related is gonna be is kind of equal helping. You know, there's certainly anime targets mostly the male demographic, but there is a lot of other content out there that women can enjoy. and there's a quite a laundry list of history since since the formation of of the anime industry that has content that women could easily get access to today that you couldn't get access to before. It's just a going down the list of shows that would directly appeal to you. And if you know the difference between like seinen, shonen, or shoujo, you're gonna have an easy time. You're gonna have an easy time trying to figure that shit out. But otherwise, right? Anime is great. Anime has a lot of interesting stories. Some of it is kind of fucking weird, but you know what? We learn to live with the weird. I'm an old anime fan. I liked anime before it was popular. I can definitely tell you that a lot of the weird quirks and weird shit is just there. It's just funny to a degree. In fact, most Japanese culture kind of like uses sex as a way to for haha funny joke type of things. It's not necessarily there for gooner material. It's there to be funny most of the time. Like, a lot of people take some of the things that happen, like, say, in High School of the Dead, and they're just like, how is this sexy? And it's like, it's not meant to be sexy. It's meant to be stupid. It's meant to be funny. You're not supposed to take it seriously. Boobs doing fucking weird physics to avoid bullets is not necessarily meant to be taken literally or sexually. It's meant to be, ha ha, look at this stupid thing that's happening. That's... If you're not seeing the joke, you're missing the point. But otherwise, yeah. In Japan, sex is used as a vehicle for funny, stupid shit. And not necessarily for gooner bait or gooner material, though it does have that effect as well. But, otherwise, there's a lot of great shows. And there's a lot of great anime that a lot of people can enjoy, that both genders could appreciate, and they even segment their anime content and stories based off of what particular genders are going to gravitate towards what particular content. They make shows for boys, they make shows for girls. They make shows with an obvious leaning towards specific demographics, which is, by the way, premier way to do content. Why hasn't the Western entertainment industry caught up to this fact yet? Why are we there? Why haven't we gotten to that point? Anyways, moving on.
Fantasy is that she becomes permanently disabled and helplessly dependent on him, but can still make him a sandwich. Sounds about right. Oh my god, after watching the movie, these tweets are even more insane. But even putting the movie aside, just seeing that like cute montage out of context, where the are they getting this? These are very clearly just two happy people. But because the caption was the average male fantasy, their mind immediately goes to the darkest, worst faith interpretation of this. The problem is these people can't see any—
They really do just expect the worst from people. Like I do daily. Especially when I go to my retail job. It's like, oh yes, I too am going to have to deal with potentially having to answer another customer's bullshit questions that'll probably eventually lead to me having to argue with them, not only about how we do our return policy, but also that we cannot sell you the display model because the display model either no longer functions or because we don't sell the fucking display model furniture for reasons that I myself could not explain to you other than we just don't. What the fuck do you want? It really baffles my mind sometimes. The level of idiocy that humanity will undergo. That working people will have to see, especially when it comes to working front lines on the business side of things. Having to talk directly and having to interact with customers is truly, in any business or industry, probably one of the most daunting things there is. And I feel like people should get paid pretty well for having to deal with that shit. Because let me tell you, I have met and have dealt with some pretty particularly interesting little brainlets, and if I could, I would have these people go see a neurologist so that way they can get an interesting mapping of how their fucking brain works. Because sometimes I question the sanity and the sanctity and the intelligence of the modern, everyday, average Joe and Jane that walks this godforsaken earth that has been abandoned long ago. I swear to God. It really does baffle my mind. It really does. Anyways.
The darkest, worst faith interpretation of this. The problem is these people can't see any humanity in men. They can't see any humanity in humanity in general. Average male fantasy.
No, same.
Girlfriend with no agency who's completely physically dependent on you and forced into blanket subservience and compliance. Sounds about right. You males are weird for fetishizing physically disabled women. Average male fantasy is having a physically disabled girl that they can abuse however they want. Got it. Not to be that guy, I'm gonna be that guy. The infantilization of the physically disabled here is a little, dare I say, ableist? The implication here that people in wheelchairs cannot find love, and if they do, the person who loves them literally just loves them because they can't run away. Weird. Average men can't even be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend. What makes you think they'll be able to handle a disabled person as their lover? Whoa, normal? What do you mean by normal?
I'm gonna unpack that one just for a hot second. The idea that the average man can't even be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend is an argument that requires some dissection here. Men do want to be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend. Men would like to have a nice and healthy relationship with their girlfriend. In fact, I guarantee you, a majority of the men in America will want nothing more than to be in a relationship with someone who is nice, normal, and or healthy. The problem, of course, is that there is a supply and demand, and the demand is not being met. Where are all the women who are nice and healthy? Answer that fucking question. Where are they? Where are they? Because I can tell you that in all the places that I've seen, whether it's dating apps, the bar, as well as some other places where you might find some average, normal, everyday people gather and congregate, whether it's at cons or whatever, you know, like, are they all particularly nice people? Not really. Do they actually, you know, want to actually be in relationships? Probably not. Do they care at all when you walk up and are just like, hey, I don't know. You know, like you just walk up and you're just kind of like, you shoot your shot and you're just, you know, you're just kind of like, hey, I don't want to be rude or be a bother or whatnot, but you seem kind of cute, and I was just wondering if maybe you'll want to, if I could buy you a drink or something. Is that, you know, would that be all right? Am I overstepping? Do you not want to? And, you know, like, they're clearly being awkward about it, right? Because I've seen this happen plenty of times. They're clearly being awkward about it. They're not sure how to navigate it. Because, you know, it's hard to kind of come out cold turkey and just be like, hey, I like you. Do you want to go grab a drink? And they'll just be there just like, nah, thanks. My favorite one, right, is when they think you're a creep and then they're just like, no, and go away. And it's just, you know, like, or, you know, the best thing is when they're just like, they just directly insult you into your face and they're just like, ew, fuck, no, get away. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. It's my favorite one. It's my favorite one. I have not had that experience. I have seen other people have that experience. And it's why I don't do it. It's why I do not put myself in that situation. So again, I have to ask the question. If the dating apps are fucked, if going and meeting people normally is fucked, what isn't? I'm asking this again on behalf of all men. Where are they? Where are these nice, healthy, normal girlfriends? These women who want nice, healthy, normal relationships. Where are they? I rest my case.
Men can't even be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend. What makes you think they'll be able to handle a disabled person as their lover? Whoa, normal? What do you mean by normal? These people are just so ableist, chat. Can you believe it? Chat? Chat? I don't even live stream. Who's chat?
She watches way too many VTubers. It's true. She's just outed herself at this point. She is so down the brain rot rabbit hole. She is so down the VTuber rabbit hole. She is now referring to the non-viewers in front of the camera who will be watching the video, the future viewers who will be watching the video, as chat. Chat. She literally called us chat. That is the funniest fucking thing. Oh my god. That is actually funny. But no, I didn't even... And what's funny is that even through that entire tirade that I just went on, I didn't even mention the fact that most women are fucking mentally just incapable of being able to reciprocate, like, actual genuine love and affection. Or even go down the other rabbit holes of them having weird fucking interests as among other things, as well as fantastical notions on what romance actually is. It's truly a wonder. But yeah, that's just funny. Oh my god.
Can you believe it? Chat? Chat? I don't even live stream. Who's chat? I'm disabled, blind, so I showed this to my boyfriend. He says, I love you because you're you, and you make my days happier. So what if I have to drive you places or help you with cooking and cleaning? I would have done that anyway. Disability has nothing to do with it. I love you. Ma'am, I don't know how to tell you this, but, your boyfriend is a rapist. Sorry you had to find out this way. You show this as fantasy.
Your boyfriend is... she basically just roleplay Twitter there for a second.
Because it's not true for the majority of men who participate in abuse of disabled women. No, the fantasy is the woman appreciates his efforts to make her happy. Stop lying and abusing women and the disabled.
How was he...
Schizo.
Oh, yes, the copium.
Guy, what do you mean stop abusing women and the disabled? Bitch, who are you? Also, the majority of men participate in abuse of disabled people. Are you okay? The majority of men are not abusers. That is a very, very small minority of men. The majority of men are men that just wake up, take a shit, get out of bed, take a shower, go to work, come home, and wait for GTA 6 to come out. That's the majority of men. Men commit 95% of all rape, but okay. Barging into the romance section of Barnes & Noble like, attention everyone! Rape! Where is that coming from? So close.
Again, these people, they must watch too much hentai, because there's no way in hell they actually think this, unless they are convinced unless they're actually convinced of this. Like, these people must consume so much gooner material. It's the only way I could justify this. These people must be unironically consumers of such a level of fetishistic content that they just assume this is the kind of shit that people like. This is the kind of shit that men want. And it's like, no, they're just popular tags by people who are already down this rabbit hole to begin with. It has nothing to do with normal everyday people. I would not take the opinions or interests of tens of thousands of people as like a determiner for how millions upon several hundreds of millions of Americans and others to essentially view realistically what a relationship should be like, what it should look like, or even what sexual gratification even is. I would not use that as a determining factor, all right? And it's about as dumb as when women sit there and they're just like, all men are this, all men are that. It's like, how would you like it if I said all women are fucking, like, parasites who only use you for your money, who only see you as a fucking bank account for which to use and abuse? An emotional punching bag for which they can basically manipulate, contort, and twist to do whatever the hell suits them. Does that sound good? Does that sound good to anyone? How about any of the women who might be watching this? Does that sound good to you? I don't fucking think so. Does that sound good to anybody? No. It doesn't sound, if it doesn't sound good when I do it, then it doesn't sound good when you do it. Shut the fuck up and get a life.
This is fetish content. Ah yes, the dirtiest, most taboo of all fetishes. A happy relationship. Honestly, in 2025, that might be true. Oh, you want a wife and kids?
Yeah, that's true.
You sick fuck. But this is literally just...
It's true. You know, sometimes I even think about it sometimes. Just like, man, I have a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine at work, who's getting a baby, who's actually made it. He's one of the few people who've actually made it. What in the hell am I doing with my life? Why can't I have that? And then I realized, oh yeah, that's right, because I'm not exactly a very tolerant person. I'm kind of opinionated, and I also just don't think I would be very tolerable to another person as well. Not only am I not tolerant to certain opinions, I probably wouldn't be nearly so tolerable to other people as well, especially on that level. I kind of already figured that shit out a while ago. But, you know, some people would also argue, like, oh, no, it's just about working past your differences. It's about compromising. It's about trying to find the good point. It's trying to balance the good points with the bad ones, you know? And it's just like, well, that might be true, right? I don't think people are capable of that, though. At least not anymore. I don't think people are capable of this. It's either you are perfect for my needs or you are garbage. Especially women. They view men who are not perfect as disposable things that need to just be ignored or gotten rid of. And I'm in particularly, I am a little bit more I wouldn't say flummoxed. I got a bit more of a slant in the sort of negative direction. I got a bit more of that now because even my own flesh and blood, even my own fucking brother has had this problem. He literally got married to a woman who already had 3 kids, 2 different fathers, if that wasn't big enough of a red flag, but he took a chance anyways, got a child with her, and then proceeded to fuck him over. Alright, the signs were there and it was obvious. For all you single mothers out there, wondering why you can't find yourself a dude, congratulations. There's your fucking example. Be better than the fucking broads out here who are basically farming for fucking divorce money. And even then, you're probably still not going to get very far because it takes a man to make the first move. And if he's already seen prospects about you that seem particularly damaging, don't expect a whole lot of people to be lining up to shoot that shot. Just don't. Just don't even expect. Don't even. At some point, they're not even going to try. We're already seeing men completely leaving the dating market. We're seeing men completely turning away from this shit. All right, it's just a matter of time before everyone just stops cold turkey. Their fucking left and right hands are going to be their girlfriends. They're going to buy machines that will just self-flatulate them. It's going to happen, ladies. It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. And as funny of a fucking idea as that is, it's a reality that is scarily and eerily close to coming. I just played the fucking meme sound effect. But anyways, it's literally on the horizon. You cannot escape this. This is the future. This is the future for every first world nation because we have gotten so technologically advanced. We become so comfortable with the trivialities and the mundanity of normal everyday life that even the slightest hiccups and issues are seen as a monumental task or hurdle. To the point to where, like, we don't even consider doing typical adult things that would be typical and, you know, like, that would just be an average thing that you would just normally do as, like, as like, just trivial shit. We call it adulting now. We call it adulting. And we act like it's a giant struggle. It is absurd. Truly. All right? And I say this knowing full goddamn well I'm a 90s kid. I was born in the 90s. I'm almost 30 fucking years old. Almost 30 fucking years old. I'm not even a goddamn boomer and I'm telling you this shit. That's how fucked it is.
Just a perverted fantasy, LMAO. You think it's a perverted fantasy because... How do I put this nicely? You are a pervert. Literally seeing a cute montage of a male and female character having fun together, being in love together, and being like, rape! He's a rapist! This is a fetish! Are these people okay? Stop watching porn! Wait, this is a woman. Okay, stop reading Taken by the Werewolf Billionaire. Or whatever the fuck you read. I swear to God, some of the shit women read would make the most depraved internet gooner blush. Or so I've been told. This is
just casually self-reporting herself. And you know what's funny is that guys can actually tolerate freaky women, especially in the bedroom. Like it's kind of like a bonus. You don't. It just depends on what it is. But it's like I don't know why it is so hard, right? I don't know why it is so hard. You really want to find a decent guy? Stop going to clubs. Stop going to the bar. Stop using dating apps. Just walk the fuck outside. Just go meet dudes casually in a casual setting. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Stop being a dumbass. Stop being an insufferable cunt and just fix your goddamn tude. It's not this. It should not be this hard. If you have a penchant, right, for being a bitch, stop being a bitch. It's that simple. I know it's not that simple, but you couldn't at least, if you have the wherewithal to know when you're being a cunt, just stop. Just stop. And just let it go. Anytime I feel like I want to say something or I feel like I should be the absolute worst in this moment, I just stop because I'm aware of it. I see it coming and I'm like, I could totally ruin this person's day right now. I could totally be a bit of a petty piece of shit right now and just say something that's going to completely piss them off or get under their skin or is going to make them do a double take. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Not because I don't want to deal with the hassle of having to argue in circles around this person, but I'm also just not going to do it right simply because it's just not fucking worth it. It's just not fucking worth it. Some people think it's fucking worth it. Those people love to waste my fucking time as well as everybody else's. They don't deserve my time. Go fuck yourself. Period.
literally just a fetish. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna pretend there's nobody out there who's like, she can't run away, she has no legs. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend there's nobody out there who has a crippled, disabled fetish, okay? I've been on the internet.
Oh, yes, no, like, straight up. I'm sure there are people who probably do fetishize certain types of people and content, all right? There's no question about that, but those people are very few and far between. They're not going to look at this particular thing, and most people are not going to look at that particular movie or TV show and think to themselves, ooh, paraplegic woman, that's an easily abusable situation where I can get all of the necessary gratification and benefits that satiate my fucking needs. No. That's not how they're going to look at it. Most normal people are going to be like, oh, look at that wholesome, cute relationship. That looks like a couple that I would absolutely want to replicate in my own life. That's relationship goals right there. But I'm sure, right, there are going to be a few people who are going to look at that and they're going to be like, that's totally me. I would love to have that. I would love to have a woman who would just be waiting on me on hand and foot, just basically just wanting me to help them do anything. Like, I totally want to be in that position. Like, I'm sure there are some people who are like this. Do I think a majority of people are like that? No, of course not. And I wouldn't be stupid enough to actually delude myself into thinking as such. But there's a lot of stupid people on this planet, so we're just going to have to come to accept this unmistakable fact of reality. That there is too many fucking stupid people who think that this is an actual fantasy and delusion that a majority of people have. And it's just not true. It's not true by the fact that people focus more on the ideal of the situation rather than the fucking weird sort of fetishistic, almost ridiculous lean in a very bizarre and fucked up direction that apparently some Twitter pugnacists have just decided to make it into. It's so fucking weird. God damn it. It is so fucking weird.
For 20 years, I've been on DeviantArt. I've seen shit you wouldn't believe. But the majority of people, probably most, if not all the people responding to this, do not have a cripple fetish, okay? In fact, her being in a wheelchair basically has nothing to do with it. Much like how females coom over, like, vampires or, like I said before, the billionaire werewolf fantasy. This is just the...
women who just like vampires just want to have their necks kissed more often than not. Like you would be surprised how many women don't like vampires because of the fact that they're vampires, but rather because they like the idea of someone just every so often, right? Just give the neck just a bit of a suckle. That's all they want. It's surprisingly simple how that is an actual thing. Like, I did not think this was true, right? I did not think this was true, but then the more you delve into that rabbit hole, the more you start to see why women actually like certain weird sort of fantastical things from fiction, such as vampires or whatnot. The more you start to realize, oh, it's because they just need more physical attention. They want that kind of intimacy. You know, they need this kind of affection because that's literally all it is. Oh my god. There are other aspects to vampires in fiction, among other things, that are also pretty amazing. That are, I guess, would be pretty amazing for some women. But it surprises me because I've seen certain examples, right, from people who, like, when dating a woman who do like certain vampire books, novels, stories, or whatever, they are surprisingly susceptible to somebody kind of just slowly, just kind of like, and suddenly just kind of like lowering their head down and just giving them a nice little smooch on the neck, and they're just like, they look so shocked and in awe, and if you just continue to do it, they won't even stop you. It is literally one of those things where it's just like it is a surprising level of affection that is so goddamn awe-inspiring that it's just like, I'm not even gonna stop you. This is enjoyable. Please keep going. It's Jesus Christ. Anyways, I'm moving on.
The average male fantasy distilled down to its most extreme. So what is the average male fantasy? The average male fantasy is the fantasy of both men and women alike. It is simply to love and to be loved. But more specifically, the male fantasy is to be a protector and a provider for those that they love. Put a pin in this because we are going to come back to this in a big way, trust me. The average male fantasy is being a globally known terrorist. The average male fantasy is that a woman who isn't fat. The average male fantasy is actually job security. You know what? These guys may have a point here.
You know, they do seemingly have a point. If your weight's... Here's the interesting thing, right? Every time I hear a woman being like, ask me about my height, for example, because I've had this conversation once. I had a woman ask me, what's your height? I would immediately follow that up by like, what's your weight? And they would get pissed at me, but I'm just like, hey, you asked me for my height, all right? And if your weight starts with 2, we're going to have an interesting discussion about why your question is pettier than mine. And I don't think you want to have this conversation. Be wary when you ask people what their height is, because you're going to get people like me who will just outright ask you what your fucking weight is. And if it's obvious that your weight starts with 2, we're not gonna have a good time. I'm at the point in my life where I am literally on the verge of just not giving a fuck anymore. Like I stopped caring about social etiquette and just being nice. Like there's only a certain level that proper decorum and manners that can get there's only a certain level of doing all of these things, of being socially aware, cognizant, intelligent, that gets you so far until it goes into a territory where it's just like you have to deal with annoying people, and because these annoying people never get told back that they're being annoying, or they never get served a nice heaping helping of their own bullshit, they just continue to do the bullshit. And so I feel like at some point, right, it's got to be somebody's job to correct the behavior. Because if you don't correct the behavior, it just becomes a problem. And if you don't correct the problem, everyone's going to think it's okay to do it. Women have notoriously continued to think that it is entirely okay to assume the worst in people, and that it's entirely fine to generalize, and the best part, to ask and do things that most men would think is fucking weird, god-awful, or leave themselves scratching their heads wondering, what the fuck just even happened? You know, like, it's at some point, right, you have to put the bullshit on display, and you have to throw it back in their face. It has to happen. It has to come from somewhere. And if I have to be the one to do it, especially for something as obvious as just like, you are blatantly being a piece of shit right now, I'm going to do it. It is going to happen. And I do not give the slightest fuck about your feelings. I don't. Especially not now. I've stopped caring about the feelings of people whose opinions and ideas do not concern me.
Pedophile alert. Men want disabled child wives? Average male fantasy is a disabled child? More proof that men are pedos. That's a little girl. This is weird. So, first of all, she's literally older than the guy. The guy is 22 and she is 24. In anime years, he is practically hag maxing. And yes, she may be physically disabled, but aren't all men mentally disabled in their own special way? At least the ones in my audience. They will freely admit this. Maybe she, the older woman, is taking advantage of this sensitive young man. Have you ever thought of that? She looks like an 11-year-old child. Where are her breasts? First of all, really weird way to say that. She looks like a child. Show me her titties. Also, I love how, like, when anime women have huge boobs, it's disgusting, Coomer porn brain or whatever.
Yeah, there's no winning with this argument. It's either you damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? If you have giant tits, if you have big bazongas, you're seen as an enemy of mankind. You have mosquito bites for boobs, you are still an enemy of mankind. There is no winning in this argument, in this perpetual playground of bullfuckery. There is only one essential truth, and that's both. Both exist, and this conversation makes both parties look fucking awful. Knock it the fuck off. I have people in my own family who are short, stubby, and don't exactly have a whole lot going on in both the top and bottom departments. I have people in my own family who have it made in both departments as well. Both can exist at the same time, and it's fine. It is not this big of a deal. There are petite women, there are thick, hot women. Let's just get over it. And we don't have to immediately assume that something is being fetishized or sexualized based off of the proportions of the person behind the fucking screen or even on it. It is not this big of a deal. It is not. Stop thinking with your stupid gooner brain. It is not this hard. All right? Focus on what is actually the story being told here. And unless they're literally having the heroines of the story literally like dropping all over themselves, basically like needing the main character to fix all of their problems, waiting hand and foot, literally needing the main character to get them out of some rather risque, some weird fucky situations, and sometimes leading to more weird instances where suddenly, oh, now she's on top of him, now they're having this weird moment, oh, suddenly now they're having this weird sort of like sexual almost entanglement that just makes no fucking sense in the context of the goddamn show or in general. And if it's like this kind of levels, this is like harem anime levels of stupidity. That is a different fucking story. This is not that bad. The show that they are bitching about has none of these things. It is crazy. And mind you, I haven't seen the show. Shu has seen the show. And she's clearly not seen any of this shit, or else she would have mentioned it by now. So clearly there's none of that shit in the show. Why are we acting like there is gooner bait in the show. There is none. This isn't High School DxD. This is none of the gooner bait shows in anime like you would typically see from that side of the shonen aspect of the industry. It is literally just a wholesome relationship between two people. It is, what the fuck? I feel like I shouldn't even need to explain this.
But if the anime woman has small boobs, she is a child and you're a chimo. Can't fucking win. Also, if she had big boobs, they'd absolutely be like, wow, look at this sexualization of the disabled. Also, you know, like,
I know, right? Jesus.
Can be flat-chested, right? Like, that actually exists in real life. Like, adult human women can have small boobs. We love all titties here on the Shoe on Head channel. All titties is good titties. End of story. Women fantasy.
Based. So fucking based. Alright, as a certified boob man myself, I love breasts of all sizes. I do not discriminate. I love boobs, and I will declare it happily on the channel. As a red-blooded male, I will happily declare that I love boobs of all kinds, and I don't care what they look like, as long as you have them.
A boyfriend with depth, and the loving, soft, deeply caring side of them. Men's fantasy. 12-year-old anime girl who looks and speaks like a toddler. Also notice how she's literally the shape and size of a child. Yuck. Have you people ever seen a child? No. You're all childless. Silly me. She's not even that short. She's just sitting. See, like when they're laying side by side, she's like a full-grown adult woman. Why do these people look at this and immediately think of child rape? Go to therapy. And listen, I know with anime it can get a little...
I mean, I even have friends who focus a little too much on this particular topic as well. It's just like, there are such things as petite women. And sometimes, you know, like, even among my own friend groups, I'm usually very passive, right? I usually let a lot of things slide, because they sometimes say a lot of shit that I'm just like, actually, right? But it's like... But I don't do it. You want to know why? Because I don't want to get into that conversation, and the person who usually brings it up is also a fucking woman, so I don't want to get into that kind of debate with a woman either. But more often than not, right? You know, there is a reason for some of these things. And in regards to that particular female friend of mine, she has definitely had experiences that are not that great. I'm not going to get into it, but you can absolutely assume the worst, and you can definitely be more than likely correct. And, yeah, it's, I'm not going to debate that point with her. Because I feel like, to a degree, right? Some people can get away with having this mentality, because that mentality is earned, you know? If bad things happen to you, it makes sense that you would feel and think this way. I'm not going to give you shit for it. I'm just going to accept it for what it is. But as far as, like, bad opinions go, if you're a friend of mine and it's just, like, another guy, or I'm with a group of guys and one of them has this opinion, I'm going to look at them and I'm going to be like, you do realize that petite women also exist, right? You do realize that that not all women are exactly as anatomically correct as they should be. It's just how it happens. It just happens that way. Are you saying people who may potentially fall in love with these people may be potentially secretly pedophiles? Are you saying that people who like these people, who like women that are the exact opposite, are just MILF hunting? Like, what are you saying? What are you actually saying? These are the brain dead arguments, and I'm tired of it. At some point, right, you just get tired of hearing the same arguments. And as someone who's been a part of the anime, who's been a part of the anime culture since fucking high school, you know, like before it was even cool. Again, I have to preface this, you know, like I've seen all of the arguments at this point. I've seen all of the arguments. I've seen the debates, and I'm still left wanting, because there's never a real hard solution on anything, especially on the debate of lolicons. And I'm not even going to get into that myself on this channel. All I'm going to say is that these people like this do exist, and they exist for a reason that has to do with genetics, among other things, as well as dietary habits. Just get over it. It's not that big of a deal.
Little weird, right? Like, excuse me, Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan is 2,000 years old, and this is Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan. But this does not even look like a child. This looks like a cute woman. This is like a random rant, but I feel like there are no more cute women nowadays. You know what I mean? You have all like the Insta baddies, the e-thoughts, the e-girls, the muscle mommies.
Oh god, Pal Delphine flashback. Jesus Christ. God, you remember when the funniest fucking thing was the fact that she managed to sell her bathwater and get away with it? That shit was crazy. That was a time, man. That was a time when fucking the world still, to some degree, made a little bit more sense than it does now. God, that was a time. I wish we could go back to those days. I wish I was back at high school sometimes so I don't have to think about or even consider this shit. The internet has fucked over a lot of things, and in particular, it's fucked over common sense. I miss common sense. What happened to common sense? Jesus fucking Christ, I miss common sense.
The boss babes, the boy babes. But I feel like everyone's just hot now. Which, by the way, I don't think is healthy for the male psyche whatsoever. You shouldn't wake up and be able to scroll through pictures of, like, the hottest woman you've ever seen in your life, like, 20 times before you've had, like, your morning cup of coffee.
That's why that's why you should pace yourself. As speaking from one guy to another, if there's any guys who will be watching this, which is more than likely than not, pace yourselves. You should pace yourselves. If you're going to use social media, you should be wary of the fact that most women do not look like the things you see in fiction, TV, movies, among other things. You should pace yourself. I don't know if there's really a scientific, like any real scientific lean or push around the idea or concept that, your idea of what is considered a average woman or what is considered a good-looking woman or preference basically gets so skewed because of exposure to certain stimuli that it causes you to only view a certain type of person as being attractive. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but what I can say is that if you're worried about these types of things and you're worried that this is a situation that you could possibly find yourself in, then just fucking pace yourself. Maybe you don't need to jack off today. Maybe you can wait until next week on your weekend to do it. Maybe you don't have to do it when you're in the bathroom at your fucking job, working a desk job, being bored out of your fucking mind during your hours working at a fucking cubicle. Maybe you don't have to do it when you're always at home. Maybe you don't even have to do it all the time on your weekends. Maybe you only need to do it once and then just call it a day, right? I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but I am going to say that if you're worried about certain things, there's only one way around it. Stop exposing yourself to things that are potentially going to make you think and feel different ways about things. It's just the way it is. I don't know how else to say that. It really should not take this much thought to just decide this might not be a healthy thing for me to do. Maybe I should just not do it, or at least not do it as often as I could, right? It's like drugs. You don't take prescription medication in abundance. You take it as prescribed by your doctor. You don't OD on this shit. It's the same thing with masturbation. You don't OD on this shit because you're probably going to internally break something in you that's probably not going to be good for you long term. I think anyone who is rational can understand this. Okay. We're moving on.
Seen in your life like 20 times before you had like your morning cup of coffee. You shouldn't log in and immediately be one-shotted by 10/10s all day, as if that wouldn't make you go insane, as if that wouldn't make you crash out. Like back in the day, you'd probably see like one fine dame on your bus ride to work, and you'd think about her for 40 years until the day you die. That's how it used to be. That's how it should be. Now every woman is like a crazy hot
or that crazy hot tamale you meet at the clubs or at the joints, right? You had maybe like one night with, managed to get lucky, and then you constantly refer to that. You tell your buddies about that story, you tell your sons about that story eventually, and it just becomes like one of those things where it's just like, let me tell you a story, fella, about that time where I met this hot fucking chick during my youth at the club. It was some fucking crazy shit, let me tell you. It's just like, there used to be stories about this, but it's just, you know, like you see it, you know, like it's I will definitely agree on this particular point. You know, like there's a lot of women who put a lot of effort into making themselves look almost too fantastical. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think some of the extremes that they go to get to that point is kind of fucked up. You know, have some self-respect.
Unobtainable Instagram goddess with the fattest of ass. Zoomers don't know how good we had it. You'd go to Blockbuster and the 21-year-old cashier behind the counter would be the most adorable woman you've ever seen. No Botox, no lip filler, just a pure soul, full of joy and whimsy. And now women are full of hate and SSRIs. But they're hot! They're hotter than they've ever been! They're hotter and more depressed than they've ever been in history.
God, isn't that the truth? Jesus fucking Christ. Just like the amount of times you would see, like, even in your own workplaces, just like some really adorable, if not cute women, and then just they're not even trying, they're just naturally this way, and you're just like, maybe I'll go strike up a conversation, see where it goes. You go and sit down, maybe, or you just approach and you're just like, hi, how are you doing? My name is so and so. How are you today? You think you can tell me how to do this one thing? How has your day been so far? What kind of job do you do around here? And then they're just immediately just like the most, they're already giving you the side eye. They're already questioning you. They're already just looking at you like you're the only thing that you have to offer is just boring conversation, obvious, leaning to an obvious direction, and then just assume the worst, and then just immediately just want you to fuck off. It's just like, it really does suck. Women are hot. Women are definitely hot. They are certainly hotter than they've ever been. And their personality took a complete 180 in the opposite direction at the same fucking time. It is truly fucking sad. This is one of the saddest truths of our generation. And it makes me almost depressed sometimes.
Sad. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, anime. I didn't take my Vyvanse today, could you tell? Men's fantasy. A big titty woman with
I don't even know what that is.
16-year-old that is useful for cooking, cleaning, and sex. Women's fantasy. Gets treated like a queen and a man who keeps tracks of our periods so he can take care of us.
Oh, okay, so it's actually cool when a man keeps track of your periods. Great, because the last time I heard was fucking weird when a guy kept track of your periods. And I even made a comment about this. I went on a bit of a tirade on one of my previous streams about how, like, oh, it's totally okay. It's totally not okay when a guy keeps track of your periods, regardless of whether or not they're actually a friend of yours or they're actually on that level with you or whatnot. But it's fine when a fucking gacha game on a goddamn mobile app does it. It's, god damn it. This is what I hate this so much. I hate it. I fucking hate it. It's make fucking sense. Just make fucking sense. Is this really that hard? Just make fucking sense. What is and isn't the right way to do something? You ask a woman this, you know, like what is and what isn't the right approach to a certain to cold turkey approaching certain conversations, and they'll give you several fucking answers except the right one. And then even when you figure out what the right one is, you realize it's kind of fucked up, because it's like the obvious right answer would be to confidently stride up, not give a shit about their comfortability, their opinions, whatever may have you, and just assert yourself into their lives suddenly, randomly, almost unorthodoxically, and just be like, hey, you look cute. Can I buy you a drink? And before you even let them have an answer, it's just like, nope, sorry. It's too late for that. I already got you one. Hi, my name is so-and-so. It's just like, I hate it so much. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die. This is the kind of shit that I hate. I hate it so much. That they for years they're just like, oh, we want nice guys. We want guys who will be gentlemen, who are gentlemanly. They treat us like we're princesses, like we're queens. They said this. They said this to most young men when they were no less than 5 fucking years old. They grow up, they do these things, and what happens? Ew, that's creepy. Ooh, ew, how dare you? Oh my god, I can't believe you would do this. Oh my god, you smell bad. You're fat, you're ugly, you're all these things, right? Right? Because that's what they were told. That's all they were told. That's what they were told. They were told that was the only thing they would need to do, which is just be nice. Just be nice. Just be kind to people, and that'll get you where you need to go. They do that without doing anything else, and they're just like, they're so fucking shocked and in awe, just like, ew, why are these guys so gross? They smell, they clearly haven't bathed. Like, what the hell? And it's just like, no fucking shit, Sherlock. How do you think we got to this point? It's because your mom and generations before you were telling these people already before they were even old enough to even have a thought in their goddamn brains to basically be like, oh, just be nice. Just be nice to girls. You will get far. And it didn't fucking turn out that way, did it? Pisses me off every fucking time. Oh my god. This is why I'm always skeptical of things, because as soon as I realized there was an inconsistency between the things that my aunt says, between the things that my mother says versus other things that other people say, and there was a clear and obvious leaning towards different directions, right? I started to formulate skepticism. I learned from an early age to be skeptical of everything. And oh my god, has it saved my ass so many times. I don't even know what kind of person I would be if I wasn't a skeptical son of a bitch. God damn it. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm a bit heated. This is what happens when I watch a Shoe on Head video sometimes. I get fucking heated on the slightest of topics, just the slightest of just points and statements. It's truly a wonder.
Gets treated like a queen and a man who keeps tracks of our periods so he can take care of us. I think I speak for a lot of women here when I say our fantasies do not, in fact, include men tracking our periods.
The hypocrisy is real. The absolute hypocrisy is real. I've already went on a tirade about it. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Personally, if my husband was like, honey, just a reminder, you're in your luteal phase, I'm taking the kids. Men like to pretend they want this, and then they beat their wife when dinner isn't ready, or their son when he's misbehaving. First of all, I'm sorry that happened to you, but there are in fact good men out there. I've seen them. Some may be in this very audience.
I just want to also preface that I like how they always focus on stuff like this. Women always paint like the most fascinating picture of certain interactions, right? They will say things like this, just like, oh yeah, but because I didn't have dinner ready, my husband beat the shit out of me. It's like, yes, because ass kicking just falls out of the fucking sky for literally no reason. I'm not saying that there are guys out there who don't quite literally do that. What I am saying is that there is certainly a statement to be had when Bill Burr, or was it Bill Mayer? I don't even remember anymore. When he went on top of a stage in front of several thousands of people and was just joking about his own relationship hurdles and hiccups, as well as some of the things that he witnesses throughout the course of his life, and how he's basically just like, okay, if we can recognize that beating the crap out of women is a terrible thing, we can also recognize that ass kicking doesn't just fall out of the fucking sky. And he's absolutely right. Because before the lead up to the proverbial ass kicking, and also you failing to make the dinner, there likely was a bit of an interesting terse exchange where you might have just been an absolute bitch, and maybe you just didn't think you were being a bitch. It's oh my god. I get so annoyed by this. There is no excuse for both behaviors. Fucking fix yourselves, for fuck's sake. And if you're a guy who is literally so annoyed by your relationship with another person that you're at the point where it's just like the moment they even so much as look me the wrong way, I want to beat the shit out of them. Get the fuck out of that relationship. What the fuck are you doing? That is a disaster. That is a colossal masterclass disaster just waiting to happen. Just waiting to happen. You are going to get sued out of your fucking mind if you continue to do this shit. Literally, get yourself out of that situation. Divorce yourself from it literally and figuratively. Now, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face. This is the shoe on head audience. You're all gremlins. Male fantasy equals a woman that can't run away from him. A woman that's dependent on him. Interesting. When men are involved, it's basic survival instinct to assume the worst. Men are guilty until they prove themselves innocent. You know what? I take my opinions back on free speech. I changed my mind. No more free speech. No more free speech until you bitches learn to behave. A woman's fantasy is a man who won't speak.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the comment. What was it? Men are involved. It's basic survival instinct to assume the worst. When men are involved, it's basic survival instinct to assume the worst. The men are guilty until they prove themselves innocent. I mean, I would say the same. I would say this is a right mentality to have, depending on the context. But I wouldn't just assume the worst in everyone. I would try to give people the benefit of the doubt, at the very least. Err on the side of caution, but I would give them the benefit of the doubt. And this is coming from someone who works in fucking retail. Just give people just that slight bit of respect. Maybe they won't be the absolute worst, and maybe you'll find that it's actually not as bad as you think it is. And then when they do prove to be exactly what you thought they were, well then, congratulations. You found scum of the earth. Do with that what you will. I know what I would do with that, which is fuck all. As soon as I find people like that, I'm like, oh yes, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me find someone who can help you. And then I just walk the fuck away and never say anything or do anything about it. And they just they're just stuck there waiting for help that will never come. Why? Because I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. And if they're just as much of a bitch enough, I'm probably not going to actively want to help them. And though it might be a pain in the ass for my managers, even my own fucking managers don't like dealing with these people. In fact, they kind of get a kick out of telling these people to go kick rocks. I do not give the slightest fuck. No one else does. No one else tolerates them. Why should I? I don't even get paid enough to tolerate these people. I get paid $16.50 an hour. And that was even when I was working full-time. And it's not great. It doesn't pay the bills. So as far as I'm concerned, you want to be a problem? Go fuck yourself.
Worst. Men are guilty until they prove themselves innocent. You know what? I take my opinions back on free speech. I changed my mind. No more free speech. No more free speech until you bitches learn to behave. A woman's fantasy is a man who won't rape her, and a man's fantasy is raping a woman. I'm sorry, where is the rape, ma'am? Maybe that's how you see it, because you're brainwashed to hate men. So true. I hate how— but in reality, women are the real demons here. Oh, god damn it. We just want a happy relationship. Is it so much to ask for? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh look, more misogynistic gooner fantasy slop written by misogynistic gooner men. This is why 70% of anime is garbage. So here's the thing, that misogynistic gooner fantasy slop written by misogynistic gooner men was actually written by Saiko Tanabe, a woman. A woman wrote this story. And I feel like a very important detail everyone is sleeping on when they covered this was the fact that this is very much the female fantasy as well. A man loving you for who you are despite your flaws, literally sweeping you off your feet and carrying you around on adventures, helping you live out your dreams, face your fears, and supporting you through the good and bad times. You're going to sit here and tell me that's not the female fantasy too? Is this not the basic female fantasy? Is this not the knight in shining armor coming to rescue you and
No, because if you ask most women, they're not hot enough either. They're also not tall enough. They also don't take care of themselves nearly as much as they should. If you ask any woman, right, these qualities are great until they're not. I could go all day. I really could. I seen it all. I do not give a fuck.
Falling in love with you? Why on earth are so many women so mad at this? Are men now the hopeless romantics? Are men now the ones—
They are! They fucking are! Oh my god! I've been saying this for a while too, and I've been suspecting it for years. I always thought women were the hopeless romantics. No. Men are the hopeless romantics. Because men, all they want is just a decent fucking girlfriend nowadays. They don't care about all of this other whimsical bullshit. They just want a girl who would just genuinely like them. And the only thing women want is either a convenient food and place to sleep, a person that gives them these things, or they just want sex and nothing else. Or, you know, my favorite thing, right? They just want someone they can use and abuse ad nauseum until there's literally nothing left of the person to give. It's like, it is so goddamn disgusting. It annoys me to no end how fucked up this whole situation is. It's like, here's a guy who wants a nice, healthy, decent fucking relationship, who just wants to be potentially married, has a girlfriend that loves and respects them, has kids, and is working hard to basically put food on the table, among other things, and a wife who respects their tenacity, their ability to perform, and is just quite literally the best supporting character in his narrative, and is always there to help him when he needs it, right? Right? Because it's a cooperative effort. It takes two to fucking tango, but for some bizarre fucking reason, this is a concept that is lost on a majority of women somehow. And it boggles my fucking mind. And all you would need to do is just say what you want, and also just shut up and just do the work. Why is this so hard? They literally want to do anything else other than what would be expected of them, which is just literally be supportive, just be a partner, just be a go-getter. Is that such a difficult concept to understand? I don't. And then ignoring this particular issue for a second, the guys, their only desire is just a woman who will at least give them the basic courtesy of just feeling wanted, like feeling like they themselves are valued. That is a literal thing that some guys just only have, and that's the only thing they ever want, because they're already in the position and place where they believe that they're not capable of getting much else anymore. Not even a decent looking person. Just like, if you can fulfill these basic requirements, that is fine. That would be enough. I will not ask for much more or anything less or anything more than that. And they can't even get this right. And it's goddamn sad just how hopeless it is as the guy to try to find a decent fucking human being in this day and age. It is. You want to know why people go to other countries to find better women? It's because most of the women here are like apples that have long since rotten. It is truly fucking terrifying and surprising, even, just how bad it is. And you can't even say that analogy doesn't work either, because I know how you people operate. I know how you people socialize. As soon as one of you starts doing it, suddenly every one of you feels like they need to start doing it. Oh, you want to be a boss bitch? You want to be the kind of woman who just does shit, who just takes shit and doesn't need anybody else? Suddenly, everyone starts doing it. Everyone starts emulating the behavior because you think it's cool, because you think it's like the hottest shit imaginable, and it's not. It's fucking not. It's so fucking weird. We live in such a weird time. It is bizarre. Anyways, I'm just gonna let this go.
Yearning for a fairy tale romance? Is this why all the Disney are there so many women so mad at this? Are men now the hopeless romantics? Are men now the ones yearning for a fairy tale romance? Is this why all the Disney remakes are like, she's not gonna be saved by the prince, she's a strong, independent woman? Meanwhile, men still want to be the prince, men still want to be the knight in shining armor. Men are like, I will save you from your monotonous 9-to-5 job. I will give you a house and babies. And women are like, no, I must be an actuarial consultant. Be gone, vile misogynist. Is that what is occurring here? Also, that aside, there literally is a gender-swapped version of this story called Perfect World. It is a manga. Mango? I don't know. Do not come for me, weebs. Men will statistically leave their wives and partners the moment they find out they're disabled or have a life-threatening condition. You're right, it is a fantasy. Actually, that study was debunked by the authors themselves, who admitted they did the math wrong. It's actually not much higher, but then again, even if it was, and it happens, I've seen it happen to people, it's terrible. Marriage should be through sickness and through health, but that's not really the point here. And the fact that so many people are focusing on the wheelchair part of this.
Listen, if your partner's leaving you because of things, and you think it's because of shit like, oh, it's because you can't walk, it's because you're stuck in a wheelchair, it's because you have life-threatening diseases, or among other things, or some type of condition that prevents you from basically being a functioning human being, right? If you think that is the only reason, either you are choosing your partners wrong, or maybe there are just things about you that are just not worth being around. Have you ever stopped to consider this? Maybe there's just something about you in particular that is just a problem, and they want nothing to do with it. Alright? There's only so many cons before the pros start to become, like, the minutia of the equation, right? There's only so many times, right? There's only so many instances where it's just like, I could be exposed to, like, a certain level of problems that you are dealing with and that I will have to deal with as as well, before the problems that prevail it start to exceed the benefits of being with you. And if your problems are just, oh, I have a physical condition that prevents me from functioning normally in human society, and it's more so just like, I'm also very toxic, I have a bipolar disorder, and I tend to exude a level of go fuck yourself behavior that is very debatably awful. There's only so many problems men are willing to tolerate before it eventually just becomes too much, and then the cons start to outweigh the pros, and then they're just like, yeah, I don't need this shit, and then they just fuck off, right? They just politely and casually just decide for themselves, I'm gonna just go fuck myself out of the situation right now and just find something better. It is. There are stages to this. All right, and if you're someone with a physical disability, especially something as obvious as, like, you're wheelchair bound, trust me, if they went into the relationship knowing full goddamn well you're wheelchair bound, that is the least of the problems that they are worried about. No, your personality is probably something to be desired, and they don't want to have to deal with. On top of the fact they probably need to help you get into bed, among other things, right? There's only so many cons before the pros start to seem bleak in comparison. I don't know what better way to say this other than just, like, fix your fucking problems. You have bigger problems outside of the obvious ones. Jesus fucking Christ.
This just proves that they just through sickness and through health. But that's not really the point here. And the fact that so many people are focusing on the wheelchair part of this just proves that they just don't get it. The ones of pure mind and pure soul get it. But these fucking semen demons out here, they don't get it. But not all semen demons. The amount of people in comments who just don't get that men want a cute, loving girlfriend is beyond me. They call them creeps for wanting actual love and not a girl boss who only wants your money.
Scoochon. She literally had a proverbial cancellation until Shu and Asmon apparently came in to help her with that. And that's, yeah, I mean, as mentioned on her own channel, which is pretty awesome. I like it when communities come together to clearly counteract bullshit. I like that kind of shit. I like anti-cancel culture behavior. It is truly amazing. Some people like cancel culture. Some people even understand it. I, too, understand it to a degree. I will not say that I agree with the idea of cancel culture, but what I will say is that I understand why it needs to happen sometimes. But most of the time, it is just a tool. And it is a bludgeoning tool. And it is abused very heavily. And I do not stand for this. If you're at a point where you need to fucking outright just call someone out and cancel them in front of a massive group of, like, Twitter and social media audiences, then I don't know what else to say about that other than that's just fucked up. That's just fucked up. That's a fucked up scenario to be in, and I would not want to be that person in that situation on both sides, because it is like fucking natural fucking class of disaster that no one should ever be put in that position of, even when it's on the proverbial correct side of the arguments. It is the worst case scenario. You would rather exhaust every other potential possibility before reaching that point. As someone who has seen enough internet controversies to last me a fucking lifetime, the last thing you want to do is start a proverbial cancel culture related issue, because then that could escalate into something far more nefarious, and I don't want to see that happen to anyone, right? We've already seen people literally end their lives and then turn out that those people who ended their lives because they were accused of something truly nefarious, they got unpersoned off of the internet and could no longer hold a job, could no longer find a job, could no longer function as a normal human being, as a functioning member of society, and then they just decide to off themselves, and then it turns out, oh, well, actually, I made up the whole thing, I just was lying about it. It's one too many times in instances that it's happened to where it's just like, okay, this is where we need to draw the fucking line. And we have yet to draw that line yet with cancel culture, because people still use cancel culture to cancel people for sometimes benign, obvious, and sometimes, inexplicable reasons that they themselves refuse to explain, despite the fact they're the ones starting the shit. I cannot tell you how annoying it is to see people come out of the woodwork and accuse someone of some heinous crime, and then they refuse to explain the level of depths that this person went through to exercise this crime, and their excuse for why they won't explain it is because I don't have to explain myself, all right? I don't need to explain myself because I'm the victim. It's like, no, shut your fucking mouth. You're either going to put your money where your mouth is, and if you're not going to follow a cancel culture level of, like, announcements of just, like, this person is a this thing, and I'm going to lawyer the fuck up and put this person to task over it, if it's not followed with something like that, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't even want to see it. And if I do see it, and you're not lawyering up, you better have a good fucking reason for why you're doing this, or I'm going to literally not give a shit. And most people should think this way. Most people should exercise this kind of logic of just, like, stop paying attention to people who clearly just want attention, or just, do it and then realize you just fucking unpersoned someone for literally no other reason than just because the person who made the claim is just a piece of shit human being who honestly should be in jail or worse because they lied about it. I hate people like this. I would rather anything else happened than cancel culture. I hate this shit. But that's just me. Anyways, moving on.
Thank you. A sane person. Hopefully the replies aren't full of people calling her a pick-me. Pick-me alert. Least obvious pick-me. Me, pick me please. Hope he picks you, sis. Pick me. An incel could have written this. Fuck. Why are so many VTubers either pick-me's or racist? You mean why do so many female VTubers disagree with you? Why so many aren't towing the mainstream liberal feminist NPC line? Because they can. See, the most powerful weapon
You know, that is true, and you want to know why it's easy for them? It's because they're fucking anonymous. Alright? Even I'm anonymous. I'm technically anonymous. David isn't my real name. This avatar isn't even me. Okay? I exist purely and specifically because I don't have to show my face on camera. And a lot of people exercise this virtue to the greatest of uses. We have so many people on the internet now who would otherwise never have had a channel, would have otherwise never have started their own careers on the internet, because they would have to put themselves on blast on the daily and have to be subjected to the worst kind of vitriol, actually. And so with their families, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, everyone would be caught in the crossfire. But with a VTuber model, you don't have to worry about this shit. With a VTuber model, you can get away with a whole lot of fuck shit, because nobody would have to know who the fuck you are. It is truly a marvel, really. And in a fucking internet culture where everyone is quick to point fingers, holy fucking shit is it nice to be anonymous. Holy shit. You want to know why I started this channel? It's because I wanted to be myself. I wanted to be myself. I wanted to exercise being who I am. And the VTuber model being anonymous, I was a disembodied voice on the internet. But then I went from that to having this VTuber model. And now I am technically a person, a personality, a caricature on the internet. And it's the best fucking thing for me, because now I could just be myself unapologetically and get away with it. And no one has to know who I actually am. Not even my friends know who I am. That is the best part about it. That is the miraculous part of this whole situation, is that I don't have to tell anyone shit. I could just be me. Me, myself, and I. And everyone could go fuck themselves, because it's just my opinions. And if people really want to know who I am, I can't stop them. We have hackers all over the place. People really want to know who you are. They can find it. They can figure that shit out. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard either to be doxxed. It really isn't. So I've already accepted the reality that, hey, if I make a big enough stride, and if I get more infamous and popular, the idea and likelihood of me getting doxxed is just increased by that much amount. It is an eventuality and inevitability to infamy that you just have to accept at some point. And just because people can figure out where you live and who you might be in actuality, that doesn't necessarily have to color the way you publicly view yourself or promote yourself. Because at the end of the day, most normal people don't give the slightest fuck who you actually are. As long as your points are based and as long as you're reasonable enough, nobody gives a shit. It is the best part. The best fucking part. I don't know who these VTubers are. I don't know what they look like in actuality. Despite the fact they've been doxxed and canceled numerous times, I never see the shit. I never see their actual humanoid persons behind the camera figures. Because I don't care. And I don't have to care. Nor do I want to care. Because it doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter to me, actually. They're pretty enough as an avatar, and I would rather focus on what they have to say and what they have to offer, rather than who the fuck they are behind the scenes. It does not fucking matter. It really doesn't. The people who want to cancel these people are just the disgusting fucking... You know, no. I'm done. I'm done. I said enough. I said all that needs to be said.
Women have against other women is social ostracization. You don't want to be seen as a pick-me or a racist, so you keep your mouth shut in order to survive in female social circles. But in the cases of VTubers, virtual YouTubers, they're basically anonymous. They can say anything
Exactly.
they want. They're basically wearing a mask. They're free from the chains of the eternal HR Longhouse. But apparently, even being anonymous online does not save them, because they still get doxxed for simply not hating men. Lovely. Maybe I should save this rant for a different video.
Kisu's married, by the way. She can't be classified as a pick-me because she's already been picked. I'm just saying. She's already got.
Someday. Moving on. Men are why we can't have nice things, by the way. First of all, men make all the things. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I just realized it was a man saying that. It was a whole-ass man saying men are why we can't have nice things. I don't deserve this trophy. This is for you, sir. This is for you. I'm not worth it. Listen, I make women jokes. I'm very critical of feminism and propaganda aimed at women. But you will never catch me in a million years saying some shit like women are why we can't have nice things. I have a mom. I have female family members. I have female friends. Maybe one day I'll have a daughter. Women make the world a beautiful place and, like men, can be flawed and deserve criticism like anyone else. But there's something genuinely so cucked about people who put down their own gender or race. Oh god, race. Self-hating white people. Don't get me started on self-hating white people. White people are so evil. I hate being white. White people can't dance. White people food is so gross. You're not getting into Wakanda, bro. You're not getting invited to the cookout. Enough. But yeah, women were not the only ones who had a problem with this. There were a lot of men who didn't quite relate to this being the average male fantasy.
It's fine to love the disabled. I didn't need to remind you that. But you glorify it? This anime is certainly Marxist propaganda. The movie is about him taking a job as her caretaker, and when he learns of her dreams, he makes it his mission to help her dreams come true. So it is Marxist propaganda to help a disabled person pursue their dreams? Yeah, it's woven in. Empathy is the target of propaganda.
Marxism is when girl in wheelchair. I love this. Empathy is the target of propaganda. Every piece of media that makes you feel empathy is communism. Political brain rot. If you're at the point where you see this and you're thinking of communism, you need to log off. You are unwell.
That is literally a just go outside and touch some grass moment. That is literally a moment where you need to stop and think to yourself, I need to go outside and touch some grass for a second. That is literally, I need to touch grass behavior. Because clearly you don't know what common sense even is anymore. You only see things from a very particular lens, and that lens is political. God damn it. People really do. They really do. They really baffle me sometimes, man. Really fucking do.
I'm sorry, but when I reproduce, I don't want a high probability of my offspring being mentally or physically retarded. We need a better class of incels whose bar is higher than the retarded.
She's not retarded, she has a spinal injury that's not genetic. Also, what is this LARP? I love how everyone is just kind of having like a—
How is that retarded, by the way? Like, she doesn't have a mental disability. Are you saying that being in a wheelchair is a problem? Should we just... What are we supposed to do then? Are we just supposed to just completely abandon, maybe even off the fucking wheelchair people? Should we just count them out of the gene pool? Is that what you're saying? Because I think, you know, if society actually went down that line of thinking, you would be regretting those words real quick.
A normal conversation about this clip.
God.
And this guy just comes out of nowhere like, I would never put my pure white seed in such a vile creature. Like, you absolutely know this guy has a non-white girlfriend. They all do. All these, like, I hate white people women always have white boyfriends. All these, I hate non-white people boys always have non-white girlfriends. I don't know what it is, but I've seen it too many times. I guarantee you when this man logs off of his Black Sun Roman statue Twitter account, he's clapping Latina booty cheeks.
My fantasy is not being a simp, but okay.
Fellas,
I don't know about that.
Simping to love a woman. Nah.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know how some guys in this market think. I see a lot of women behavior because women love posting their own L's, quite literally, as she has also made a video on this. But I mostly am very conscientious of the women's side of the bullfuckery. The man side of it is something that I hear about often in my own circles, but not something that I actively engage in.
This is not the male
Just for the record.
That man is a beta male. If she wasn't in a wheelchair, she would leave him for Chad.
Fellas, is it beta to love a woman?
This is not my fantasy. This is some gay shit, to be honest.
Fellas, is it gay to love a woman?
What no pussy does to a motherfucker.
Brother, I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker, and it's far worse.
It can be. It really can. It's also more damaging. My brother's a great example of this, all right? Again, knocked up a broad who already had 3 other kids to different men. It is amazing. It is unmistakably shocking just how little fucking care and respect some women have for their male counterparts. I'm not even kidding. Sluttish behavior. Real dog shit behavior. These bitches deserve to be on the corner of these streets. They deserve the fucking streets. Quite literally and figuratively. I want these people out of society, but holy shit, no. We have to make sure we provide and give them everything they ever want, because despite the fact that they're garbage human beings, they have a vagina, and we don't like seeing sad vagina people. That's what it boils down to. It is fucking stupid.
The average male fantasy is taking care of their crippled wife. I don't think I've ever had that fantasy before. I thought it was gonna be about going on some quest to kill the dragon to win the princess or something.
It is. That is the average male fantasy. But there
Well, yeah, that is a fantasy, but it's a part of the, it's one of many multiple fantasies. It is the idea of the relationship, not necessarily about the crippled person. It is about the ideal of the relationship on display. That is the part to focus on, people. Let's just focus on the feeling of what we're seeing and not the actual context of what we're seeing. It is ridiculous that I have to point this out. Just focus on the actual presentation and not whatever fuck shit you can glean off of the visuals.
There are no dragons to slay. There are no princesses to save. But there is that little old lady in the grocery store who can't quite reach that top shelf. There's that heavy box the pretty girl you work with can't quite lift herself. There's that jar of tomato sauce your wife can't quite open. There's that Lego set your little son can't quite put together himself. Or there is this paraplegic girl who wants to see the ocean. This is the Princess and the Dragon story. And despite what many are told, men do have a lot of love to give. And they want some kind of excuse or mechanism to show that love. In a world where men expressing themselves is either seen as toxic or gay. And one way of expressing that love is solving problems. Men fucking love solving problems. I don't know what it is. They also love reading Wikipedia articles. The amount—
Well, yeah, I mean, like, as a man, alright, I will tell you why that is. It's because we like being competent. We want to be, not only do we like being competent, we like being competent in the eyes of the people we care about. Alright? We want to be seen as functioning members of society, as go-getters. We want to be seen as competent individuals that people can rely on for whatever problems or needs that they might be having at that particular moment, especially when it comes to women. This isn't rocket science, all right? It is neurologically hardwired in every man that they want and yearn to be seen as competent by their significant other. This is not a difficult concept to be understood. It is a simple fact of reality. I want to be seen as someone who is capable of doing his own shit and fixing his own problems and fixing problems that maybe you can't fix yourself, but I could do happily. Because, god damn it, do I like the feeling of being seen as fucking useful in the eye of my particular spouse. It is not... Why is this such a hard idea to understand? This is not difficult. This is not rocket science. I have been on this one video for almost, 2 hours now. Going on massive tirades, only just to continue to hammer on this essential fucking point. This isn't hard. Just respect your fucking partner. Love them unconditionally, and maybe, just maybe, you will have something that'll stand the test of time. Why is this so hard? For fuck's sake. Ugh.
A lot of times I walked over and my husband is reading a random fucking Wikipedia article about like the world's tallest buildings or like a random battle in World War II. I didn't know if this was autism or what, but apparently it's a man thing. Anyway, yes, men love solving problems. And in a world that makes them feel useless, makes them feel like they have no purpose, men desperately feel like they need to prove their worth. They are desperately looking for a purpose in life. So it is not at all shocking to me that the modern young man is seeing a clip like this and longing for this. A lot of modern men don't have a chance to prove themselves, to make something of their lives. They don't have a chance to provide anything for anyone because they don't have anything to provide and they don't have anyone. They are doing everything their grandfathers did, but seeing none of the results. They're lost. What can they provide? And
she is currently preaching to the fucking choir. Not in the sense that she's wrong, but in the sense that it's a feeling and statement that is understood by, I think, a majority of men. Anyone watching this, any males watching this, would obviously understand exactly what she's saying, and it's true. Society does not care about you. It has abandoned you. It does not have the single slightest fuck to give for you or any of your problems. In fact, the only way you could possibly solve your problems is by being the absolute worst that society has to offer. And that is a fucked up scenario to be in, isn't it? The only way to get ahead in life is by being the most cutthroat, money-hungry, greedy piece of shit you could possibly manifest in your mind and get away with it without people making so much of an issue out of it. That is the level of bullshit that men will have to constantly, that will constantly have to run grips with themselves over for as long as time itself will allow. And as society will allow. It is an eventuality and realization that you will have at some point in your life, especially when you're young and you don't know what the fuck is going on and why you can't get ahead in life. And then when it clicks, it's just like, oh my God, what the fuck? What is wrong with people? What is wrong with society? And it is such a massive fucking, it is such a dystopian level of like a double take. It's just like, in order to succeed, you have to fuck people over to do it. It is a truly disgusting realization. And unless you're willing to walk that path, you are fucked. You are virtually and prophetically just fucked. I don't know how else to say this. I don't know a better way to explain this to you. The fact that you can only get as far as you can outside of that is by relying on other people to help you get to those points. That's even worse. You actually have to socialize and know people in order to get into better positions without having to sacrifice things that you would otherwise want to keep, such as your sanity or, your manners, your personality, things about you that are considered virtuous, perhaps, even. I don't know how else to explain that. I don't know how a better way to say that other than it's a really fucked up scenario to be in as a guy who only has one option to get ahead in life, and that option is by being an absolute piece of shit of a human being, which is the counter opposite of what women want, but they seem to be trying to make into existence, and society seems to actively want to make into existence. But whatever.
As I said earlier, her being in a wheelchair is the protector and provider instinct taken to a extreme. And yes, it is a fantasy, considering if you ask anyone who's actually in a wheelchair, they know it's not all butterflies and rainbows, and they know that it's hard on relationships. It can be difficult on their partner. But just like in the movie, it's not shown as butterflies and rainbows. Josie feels like a burden. But towards the end of the movie, the guy takes on that burden. Not because he gets something in return, but because it's his duty. Because it makes her happy, which makes him happy in return. Loyalty, duty, virtue, acts of service, big or small. Men live for that shit. And yes, these are stereotypes. Not everyone fits into these boxes, blah 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 blah. But for the most part, it's true. When many men look at this relationship, that is what they see. And a lot of modern women are looking at this relationship and being disgusted because, in a way, it's the complete inverse of the strong, independent woman they've been sold. They've been told they need to be. The modern woman crafted by modern Disney for modern audiences. Unlike the Hollywood-crafted modern woman, this woman does need her man. She is not strong and she's not independent, at least physically. This doesn't mean she's like an empty vessel with no thoughts or freedom. No, in fact, in the movie, Josie does roll away from him a few times. It is a fantasy not because of a power imbalance, but because the man has a tangible purpose, and the woman is willingly and lovingly letting him fulfill that purpose.
Because I can depend on you. I know that if I ever feel frightened, I can just reach out to you.
Men simply want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. This manifests in a lot of ways, but the most common is having a loving partner and/or a family. Something unobtainable to many people nowadays. So yes, literally one of the most normal things ever is becoming a fantasy. Sad. Also, men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making you pancakes with your wife in the morning, and you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. And that is the male biological clock. Everything you do, the money you make working...
I don't know how to even compartmentalize what I just heard, but it's a truth. I've already admitted this. I often think about it every now and again, just like, man, I should be married and have a child right about now. There's just something about the idea that is just so appealing at certain intervals in your life that you're just like, God, I wish that was me. But it's not you, because you don't have that, and you kind of have to just accept that fact. Some men can't accept that fact. My brother's an example of this, you know, like, he saw a chance to leap at a relationship, he fucking took it, and then he bit that bullet, and now he's basically regretting it ever since. You know, like, there's only so much of the fantasy of having a relationship that the idea becomes so fulfilling that the risks and the problems that are associated with it now are just like, it might as well should just stay in fantasy land, because it's not worth it. It's not worth potentially losing your life or having your entire existence being used as a proverbial piggy bank for someone else's needs. It's not worth it. You don't need to have that parasite in your life. You just need to be yourself and focus on you, especially when you're at a point in your life where you don't know what even is you or even what gives you purpose. It is truly a fucked up situation to be in, and I don't want to be in that position either. So, no, I'm not going to have that kind of relationship. I'm not pursuing that type of thing until people get their shit together. That's just the way it is. Most men feel the same way. That's just how it's going to be until people start actively policing this shit. In fact, I would actually recommend, ladies, that if there's any women watching this, and I saw that there's some viewers who are currently watching this, I don't know if you're women, I don't know who you are, but if any of you are vagina creatures out there, you know, start calling this shit out. All right? It's really not that big of a deal. Just call this shit out when you see it. All right? Men put other men to task when it comes to the same fuck shit that you hate, such as the proverbial terrifying, terrible R word, among other things, right? As well as sexual harassment and some others. You know, like, we put other men to task over this shit. You should be able to put women to task for emotional abuse and quite literally parasitic behavior. This should not be a one-way street. It really shouldn't. And again, it takes two to tango. You have to be willing to give and sacrifice some things about yourself in order to make something work. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. I don't know what other way to say that other than that. That's just what the necessity of it.
That grating 9-to-5 job, it will all be for something bigger and more important than yourself one day. You will come home to a warm and happy home, greeted by people who care about you, and love you, and rely on you, and everything will make sense then. Until then, you'll just be on the internet, being called a misogynist, for wanting something bigger and more important than yourself, for wanting something beautiful and normal. And that is the average male fantasy. That, and 3 hot chicks at once. Hell yeah, brother! Haha, you know what I'm saying? So that was that little video. Men in the comments, let me know. Am I correct? Is that the average male fantasy? Or is it not that deep? Men and women in the comments, what is your fantasy? And no, I don't mean that. I don't want to hear about how you want to be crushed by a 12-foot futa. That is between you and God, not you and Shoe-on-Head. I mean, what is your ultimate dream? Do you want to travel the world? Do you want a nice big family one day? Do you want to own a farm? Do you want to live in a shed in the woods and make pipe bombs? Let me know in the comments and I will see you soon
That's
with a new video.
oddly specific fantasy. No, I think she's pretty spot on. I think she's very, very spot on. As a guy, I definitely agree with everything she just said, and I think that that's absolutely valid. That is a very valid dream and idea. But yeah, that was that video. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I need to use the restroom. Holy shit.
Along with Elon Musk have
No, stop talking. Sorry. Anyways, I will be right back. And maybe I'll discuss it further. I've already said everything I need to say, but maybe I'll compartmentalize it somewhere. I have no idea. I'm just gonna be right back real quick. Oy, oy, oy. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright. Tracking seems to be nominal. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I might have to refresh it. But otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and just get this drink open. I thought about grabbing a snack for the next thing that I'm gonna react to, given how long that's gonna be and my penchant for ranting, but at least this one will be a little bit easier to talk to just sit and listen and not necessarily have to talk about it ad nauseum. So that's good. Alright. Anyways, let's move on to the next video. We're going to be watching the Warhammer Explained video by Bricky Part 2. This is one that I've been wanting to get to for a while as well, but it took a while to get to this point because I have had little to no time to do any reaction content as well as just stream. It is fucking crazy. But otherwise, yes, let's not beat around the bush on this one. Let's just hop right into it. Make sure you also like and subscribe if you haven't, and go support the original video.
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by
I forgot to turn on captions throughout that entire Shoe on Head video. I know some people want captions, so.
And for that, well,
why is that so big?
I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was. Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Roboute Guilliman of the Ultramarines rose through the ranks of his world and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some
where was that sound effect
carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as one happy family. A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near? Well, clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right.
Cheeky?
The brand new moisturizing bar soap brought to you by Moist Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it. Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll
I have 5 people watching. Hi.
Cheeky soap is so good, we didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's right, we love this soap so much, we are operating on 100% commission. We are supported purely and only by those of you who buy Cheeky. It is the best bar soap we have ever used. That is not a hyperbole. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Take it from the man himself.
Bricky's right, it's very good.
Enjoy a multitude of flavors, including Lo-Fi Lavender, Pulp Francis, Just Soap, Touch Grass, and Absolute Cinnamon. Cheeky alone has made me swap back to bar soap as my primary choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to usecheeky.com/bricky or code bricky for 10% off your purchase and to massively support these videos. That's code bricky at usecheeky.com/bricky or click the link in the description to learn more. Get clean now.
Or turn off the captions. Wonderful. There we go. Okay, I've never seen this soap brand before. That's the first time I've ever heard of it, even. I'm not sure what to say about that other than, well, if you guys want a better, more efficient bar of soap, there you go. I really have nothing else to say about that.
Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him. After the Emperor was
You
able
don't
to
say.
get all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was granted the title of War Master, and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would omit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a following behind his father's back with several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his.
We're also watching the Horus Rising series, at least I watched the first part of it, and I can't wait to see more of it, but that's a bit of foreshadow to what to expect with the Horus Rising series when we finally get through that. I really should start making like snippets of those reaction videos, but I'm literally just don't have the time at the moment. I will try to do it. I will try to segment this video in particular afterwards, but yeah, it's just something to just kind of expect maybe down the line, just like me kind of like releasing the reaction videos just by themselves.
His throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the
Chaos Space Marines, let's go.
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends.
What's your guys' favorite Chaos Band? Or even just favorite Space Marine Legion? You know, feel free to leave a comment in the comment section, or just in the chat window if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and
my tracking gets so weird whenever I take a sip.
The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free.
Yeah, I would definitely say that when it comes to a Space Marine Legion that I would be into, when it comes to the Chaos end of things, Tzeentch is probably an interesting one, but definitely the World Eaters, though kind of fucked up how they go about the process of putting nails into people's brains, among other things. They're certainly the gnarliest of all the legions. They're also very straightforward, just murder happy.
After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos undivided, either enjoying the powers of all Chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific Chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Tzeentch, the Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly. Due to the taint of Chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knights section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, the Throne Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of their Primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him.
Yeah, Angron's story is really sad and kind of fucked up. And when you learn what his legion was like prior to him being uplifted, and then, you know, everything that proceeded to happen thereafter, you know, it paints an interesting tale and story of how everything could get so fucked up. It's also just sad when you really consider it. You know, you really think about the potential for his legion, the potential for Angron himself and what he was like, even prior to the nails being put into his brain, among other things. You know, like, there is a world of difference between the Angron we get by the time he's uplifted into the Imperium versus the Angron we would have had if he wasn't crashed onto a slave hive world where the nobility and the general population, you know, enslave other people essentially to fight gladiatorial battles to the death. It's a really fucking terrible situation to be in. And it would be an interesting thing to see what Angron would have been like. But that's probably the best part, right? Is that the what could have been for Angron's story is more tantalizing than the answer. So on one hand, it's fun to think about and actually consider these things. It's another thing to actually get the answer to it. So it's one of the things that I think Games Workshop does pretty well, is that they write interesting characters, they give us interesting storylines, and they leave us wanting just enough, right? Just enough to make it tantalizing.
He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them, outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule Corpheron. Russ kept his kin friends. The lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the warhounds and order them to battle, fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the lion's kin, the way he honored Corpheron? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a Demon Prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most
Lorgar is being stalked by a bird. Is he talking about the fucking Raven Guard's Primarch? I remember that story. The fucking, what was it? Where did I hear that one? I think I watched what was it? It wasn't a Luton video. There was a story where Lorgar was suddenly accosted by a stealth, like an entire town was essentially accosted by like the Chaos Space Marines there, the word bearers who were, like kind of like in charge of running the show there. Like they were all being killed one after another by a phantom that they couldn't figure out who it was or what it was. And then it turned out to be the Raven Guard. It's a Primarch. I believe it was, God, what was his name? Corvus Corax. That's what it was. And Lorgar happened to be present, and he turned into a giant bird, apparently, and proceeded to try to kill Lorgar. It was a very weird scenario, but it was an interesting story, though. I would have liked to have actually seen it, but that was after the heresy, and all the Primarchs kind of went their own way, or just disappeared, or just died. It's a whole shebang.
Was adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods. Perturabo was even made a Demon Prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together, we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan V, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally, however, as I have said before, Space...
Who made that quote? Was that a quote? Did he say who made that quote? That sounds like a word bearer's quote, but that's a fucking line and a half, isn't it? Yeah, it is interesting, though, that the Primarchs would view themselves as being the ones who were actually betrayed and not the betrayers. I mean, to them, they are the protagonists of their own story, so that makes perfect sense. And honestly, the Emperor is kind of a dumbass. Especially with Angron. God, that was the stupidest thing he could have done. Just like, oh yeah, let's just really hammer home that resentment early on. Just make him feel like absolute shit. Just give him the best motivation to want to betray me in the future. Not save his compatriots, only save him and make him watch as his entire family dies. His entire slave family die at the hands of their slave owners. That'll definitely not come back to bite me in the ass. It was so stupid that I'm pretty sure you would have to be a fool not to see that coming.
Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium, so it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about the ruinous powers claimed
the Dark Mechanicum
extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the Dark Gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing the Emperor as the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate. What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of being clear-cut and more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks and vehicles, the demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser...
That is such an Iron Warrior thing to do. That it's... I don't think I need to say anything else. That just speaks for itself.
Gods like Vashtor the Archifane is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology Knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors.
It really does start to sound eerily more like Star Wars the more you listen to the Chaos side of things. It kind of, I mean, like, it's literally just Sith behavior. It really is. Especially with these Knights. It sounds so much like the Sith code, the Sith order of things, that it's almost feels like I'm watching Star Wars rather than listening to Warhammer.
Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying,
Discord on my end?
Predictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories
I hear
of the
Discord
ancestors
noises.
trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via dropships the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep. A gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners...
1 second. I have to check something real quick. Did I not turn off Discord on my gaming computer? Let me check, take a look at this for a quick second. Sorry, 1 second. I thought I did? No, I did. Where's the Discord noises coming from? I'm hearing Discord noises. I'm not seeing comments. I'm not even seeing likes. Weird. That is straight up confusing. Okay. Alright, well, let me just go ahead and get rid of this. Alright, sorry about that.
Unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep.
My Steam
to
overlay
fight
telling me
for
something?
the Imperium. So imagine what a warp-fueled version of this could look like.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp-debased platform, or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood. As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces
STEM goals.
and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely.
Well, before we get to that, there is one thing I would like to consider when we talk about the Emperor. What do you think the Emperor is? Now, answering the question of who the Emperor is not as interesting, like if GW were to actually do that, but the speculation of it is at least interesting enough. Some people have speculated that he is the result of like a bunch of shamans coming together and basically willing him into existence. Others are suspecting that maybe he is the representation of mankind's hope and that he's actually a chaos god in its entirety, but he's like a god that is a representation, a clear sort of like a amalgamation of mankind's own will and determination. I think there's a lot of interesting speculation to be had about who the Emperor is, but not very many people are very certain of who he actually is, and we only know so much about the guy that, it leaves a lot of room for just interpretation, because again, he just shows up out of nowhere, leads mankind, basically forces them into capitulation, and then proceeds to erect his own empire, and then goes across the stars to basically regain the lost ground that humanity had, and then some. And so it's just fascinating to think about. It's just like, who is the Emperor? Why is he the most powerful Psyker that has ever existed? Why is he a giant gargantuan human in golden armor? What the hell? What is he? Nobody knows. But it's interesting to speculate. It's interesting to think about. I personally want to think, or at least in my personal belief, I like the idea that maybe he is a god that existed at the worst points possible in mankind's history. Because, before he showed up, there was the Dark Age of technology. And the Dark Age of technology was certainly so bad, it was so goddamn terrible enough to where if humanity could will a being into existence much like the Eldar did, that'd be a time to do it. I would not be surprised at all if the Emperor exists primarily because humanity needed someone to help uplift them, and that's who the Emperor is. He is the answer. He is the being that we wished into existence to help uplift them into being the kind of, to go back to the glory and be able to just the glory and the prosperity that they once had and reestablish that with like a ruling figure at the helm of it. They wanted a savior, they got it. That's how I'm rationalizing it. And I think that's an interesting theory, and I like the theory. And that's kind of what I'm rolling with.
They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted, with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are the
Adeptus Custodes.
Rare is the battle where an emperor's custodians outnumber our foes.
Oh, it's him.
Surrounded upon all sides by
is it?
and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls, to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the Custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least
I think those are the most views I've ever had in a live stream. Hi, everybody.
The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a Guardian Spear, an utterly yoked up version of the stabs the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character.
Hey, look, it's a Sister of Silence. Oh, there she goes. She's gone.
Tasked entirely to reload their weapons, they fight with a singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the
You know the interesting thing about the Custodians as well? I don't know. I think he mentioned. I don't know if he's going to mention it or if he's already mentioned it just briefly. I kind of was half listening because I'm too busy trying to figure out where not only the Discord sounds are coming from, but also just seeing that there's, just taking a look at the chat every now and again. But one of the things that the Custodians do sometimes is that they will often have mock infiltration battles where they will do these interesting exercises where they will basically have these sort of mock invasions of the Imperial Palace, where custodians will literally infiltrate the palace and try to essentially invade it, either individually by sneaking in or by trying to personally run test in sieges on their own palace. And they do this to develop better strategies and ways to defend the palace from threats that would otherwise see to harm and to destroy the very seat of the empire. And what's even made it more interesting is that this tradition only started because of Alfarius. And it was a story that I heard a while back, and I think it's a really interesting thing. And Alfarius is the Primarch of the Alpha Legion. They are basically masters of subterfuge. They infiltrate and they assimilate into other people's ranks. The Primarchs are usually taller than their Space Marine sons. But the interesting thing about Alpharius and Omegon, who there's two Primarchs in the Alpha Legion. They all are the same size as their Space Marine sons. So and because of that fact, right? And because a lot of the people who end up going into the Legion, develop a shaved head, like they're basically bald, and they all get the same tattoo, likely as a result of this particular sort of thing, this sort of sticking point that Alpharius demands of them. Everyone who comes into the Legion is essentially forced to roleplay as their Primarch. And since they're all the same height and size, and so is their Primarch, that leads for some very interesting sort of like, is this the Primarch, or is this not the Primarch? Is this Alpharius, or is this not Alpharius? It's, and what's even funnier is that not only do they pretend to be Alpharius, and not only do they call themselves Alpharius, but they're all just liars to begin with. Their whole shtick is that they assume the role of their Primarch, they engage in subterfuge as a means of war and battle, and they're chronic liars, and they never say the truth. They always say either a kernel of it or half-truths, and which is really funny to think about.
Custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra. The members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the Custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of Custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of Custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the Custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the Custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the Custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the Golden Guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The Custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down a Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians muse on how suspicious...
That's actually... I was always told that it was suspected that they could be able to take down the Primarch, but the fact that they were actually genetically engineered and brought up to be that way is interesting. And I've always known that the Emperor would probably get rid of the Space Marine Legion, like after there was no more use for them. But it's interesting to think about the fact that he had not only had planned that, as was suspected, but he also was going to use the Custodians to do it. So that definitely leads to some pretty interesting power scaling there when it comes to the conversation around Custodes. Like that's that's interesting to think about. That's a bit of food for thought. It was always suspected, but it was never really conclusively talked about. Every time I heard about it, it was like, oh yeah, Custodes could take down Space Marines with ease, but can they take down a Primarch? Now that is a question. And I've never heard anything conclusive about it. But I guess maybe it was in discussion about, could a Custodian go one-on-one with a Primarch, is probably where the conversation was mostly facilitated with, in my musings and my lore dives into Warhammer and the subjects around Custodes and their abilities, rather than you know, like the actual reasons for why the custodians were even invented or what they were genetically designed to do. So maybe that's what it was.
Viciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Big E on something, and he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained distrust for Space Marines,
What the fuck was that?
also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do go out and fight some battles here and there, at the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You'd truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages of the stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a crackin' old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe.
Is it the Tyranids? I'm gonna fucking laugh if it's the Tyranids. Because it sounds a lot like he's about to talk about the Tyranids. Because they do not at all sound anything this mysterious or even this intellectually sophisticated. But that's only because you only know them for the monsters that they are, and not so much the intelligence behind the monstrosities of their actions.
Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking about the
You know what? You know what? That is a direction I was not expecting. That was a direction. I didn't even know the orcs invaded Terra at one point. That's kind of funny. No, wait. No, that's right. They did try to invade Terra at one point. It was God, they talk about it so briefly, but they did try at one point. I've never heard anything substantial about it, but that's funny. And it's true. They, I don't know about any of the fucking answers to all of the universe's questions among all that other shit, but they are certainly fun, loving, violent, happy race of just indescribable machinations that you've ever witnessed in any setting. The fucking orcs are great. I fucking miss them in Space Marines too. God, I wish the orcs would come back for Space Marines.
Orcs are the pinnacle of creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst, Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an orc wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. During the war in Heaven, the Old Ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause as possible by seeding the galaxy in a specialized sense. The Eldar were made to be a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons, but another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads, the mates, the orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the more Tolkien-esque forms of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms. The small goblin-like Gretchen and Snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But
you know, the funniest thing is that I have a friend of mine at work who's the same friend of mine who also is having a kid. You know, like that colleague of mine, he's been getting into Warhammer more and more as of late because we always end up having discussions about Warhammer. That he started delving more into the lore. He got to the point where he was listening to someone talk about the orcs, and he loved the story and the concept around the orcs so much and the simplicity that they have towards everything that he's just like, I love the orcs. I don't think I could love any other faction other than the orcs. This is my favorite faction now. It's just like, yeah, no, same. They're fucking great. They're simple. They like to punch things. What is there not to like? They are basically just they're just the masculine urge incarnate. They're fucking great.
regardless of what is a part of the fungal system, all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of all of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing, and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get, and the more an orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of warbands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the warband known as the Warboss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren. Because in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the warbands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The Blood Axes are the stealth units, and by stealth, it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls are the scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists. And on the 2 ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy Evil Sons, and the more traditionalist and tribal Snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in 2 gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good orc voice, so I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning in a grot and more killy than a dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Pisana, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead-ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gazgul Mak Uruk-Drucker, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're orcs, and we was made to fight and win.
It's 'cause this fucking sounds terrible.
That's God. Who is that guy? What was his name? Fuck, I can't remember. I watched a Dead This Ridiculous a lot when I was just getting into Warhammer. Oh my god, what was his fucking name? He's the co-host on his show. He's apparently a weeb. He's a huge anime weeb, but he's been working with Bricky for the podcast. So, God, he does a brilliant orc impression. That was fucking awesome. Oh man, what the fuck was his name? I can't remember.
Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc culture and is essentially their life's purpose. They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an Imperial Knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example, in The Warp, a planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Khorne enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys, this is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and warbands will unite under what is known as the Waaagh. The concept of a Waaagh covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the Waaagh is the psychic aspect of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that Waaagh energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically,
this is a new Warhammer 40k like Mario Kart like game, right?
And their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Waaagh energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true, because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have two of his favorite weapons. It is shenanigans. Because of their actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be
What the fuck was... That is a fucking image and a half. Just like, oh my god, I love this weapon. I'm gonna go back in time, kill myself, and take the weapon from myself so I can have two versions of it. What the actual fucking... What the fuck is that sentence? That is so comically dumb and simple that a orc had to have come up with it.
presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their
I imagine
nature,
so.
Their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well.
To be fair, even if they could have the potential to organize and do all of that shit, it would defeat the purpose of the orcs themselves. In my opinion, this is probably the best possible version of the orcs that the orcs could ever ask for, to be honest. Like, they could have aspirations for something greater. They could, but it would be counter to the things that makes orcs so special in the first place. And plus, who doesn't want to be an orc in this setting? They seem to have been made, if we're going to be honest.
They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and more are threatening the safety of the Imperium, they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing. The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now, the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared,
Inquisitors. Yep. Just agents of the Imperium, huh?
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets.
Ooh, the new Dark Heresy game.
One needs eyes, ears, or both cut out. It looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum, or the hospitality of the Emperor's Inquisition. Each has a part to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium, its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on a floating asteroid can be mined, or a long-lost Imperial world from the Age of Strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a substantial amount of freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a very long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so. But truly, much like a night pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course and they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites are cops, Judge Dredd style cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI.
And the Arbites are coming to apparently to both the Darktide and the Rogue Trader game. So, if that interests you, and you want to play as an Arbites, there you are. They're coming to Darktide, which I think that they have dogs apparently. So that's going to be kind of cool. I wonder how that's going to work gameplay-wise. I kind of want to go back to Darktide just to see how that would play out. Plus, they're adding, apparently, from the trailer promotion for the Arbites, a giant fuck-off shotgun. So that's going to be great. A bolt shotgun. Don't usually see that very often. Or it's just a normal shotgun that just happens to be, like, the size comparable to a bolt gun, but whatever.
Traders in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be
there's the trailer.
And efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will tap into communications, create spy networks, do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps the good of the Imperium and the law they seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium. Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will on their punishments. While Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the
it's just the video
will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation, in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbites, there is always the silent hand of the Officio Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen at it. The
Yeah, no, it's more of a surgical use to use assassins, and the Assassinorum is no different. In fact, they tried to assassinate a Primarch at one point. You know, Conrad Kurz was presumably, right, assassinated by one of these chicks right here. I'm trying to remember what they call them. And I believe when she was about to, you know, saunter up and, you know, do the deed, you know, like Conrad had a brief conversation with the assassin and basically told the assassin, I know exactly why you're here, and I already saw that coming. I predicted this. You can kill me if you want. It doesn't change anything. At the end of the day, I was right. I always knew he was going to come back and assassinate me, and that anything and everything he's ever... Basically, he made an entire speech about how the Emperor is a fucking idiot, and he's also a fucking liar and a charlatan, and he basically knew this was coming. He always knew this was coming, and that no pretty words or empty promises by the Emperor himself could change the way he felt about the Emperor, as well as the way he knew this was all going to boil over in the end. And in a way, it was kind of his big fuck you to the Emperor, which is an interesting way to certainly go out. But again, we don't know exactly if Conrad actually died, at least from what I understand. When people talked about this book and they talked about this scene in particular, they know there was never a conclusive end to whether or not Conrad actually died, or if he escaped, or if the assassin really committed to the idea of killing Conrad. The only thing that was known for certain was that there was an exchange, and there was a clear indication that Conrad was no longer at the head of his legion anymore, and so it's left vague for obvious reasons. And yeah, but otherwise, it's interesting that one of these assassins did actually potentially rise Schrodinger's cat levels of, like, yeah, they probably may or may not have assassinated Primarch in their time.
The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat, with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps, horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely, and the real fun begins. An Imperial Assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand, and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicares, are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or even months just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus Assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psycher is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker. Now, if you need a direct pressure in a more literal way, the Eversor is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed to wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well, the Vanus Temple acting as sort of like a cyber hacker, the Venmim Temple, specializing in poisons. But all in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicator Calidus and Vanus to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions are insanity, and their tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold instrument of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means. There is no enemy outside our reach. We are the blade that hovers over the throat of the traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess of the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have unlimited authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself. Similar to the KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant to stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption. Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the Ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium. However, as the Ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal bodyguards and AIDS. However, Doge Vandire was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact with the leader of the brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Vandire himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite not having any time to die, Doge Vandire found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the brides of the Emperor were no more, and the Ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Vandire's reign from happening again. They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men. The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement.
I like the Adeptus Sororitas. Outside of like Space Marines and the gnarly concept that they're not only genetically modified, but they're also they're just basically walking humanoid mutants. The Adeptus Sororitas are by far one of my favorites. Because I mean, like, who doesn't want to be a badass female character in an extremely dark fantasy setting where you're wearing several tons of armor, you basically have swords, flamers, and guns at your disposal, and you're just a fucking boss. You're just a badass, but you're also in female form. It's like the perfect encapsulation of what any gamer would want to play as. It's like, you have the cool armor, you have the badass heroine, and you're playing as the badass heroine, and on top of all of that, you get cool shit to fucking play with. It's like sign me the fuck up. It is the perfect faction by far.
As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Orders Militant, and feature the highest number of any given sister. They are the official fighting force of the Ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that Sisters are For the most part regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for its strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to
the Saint Celestine
ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs, an almost comical scene of holy glory followed by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior. Whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor, anything goes. The most fascinating part of the Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The Sisters—
is that a dreadnought armor?
Where they walk. They are not many psychers like orcs, but they are—
look how comically small she is in that fucking armor. Is that like their version of dreadnought armor right there? Or is that just a new form of Terminator suit? Like, what? That is wacky to look at, but it's fucking gnarly. That's certainly— that is an armor of all time right there.
Excessively devote and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the Sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the saint of a Sister's order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor swells so strong that acts of faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the Sisters go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies screeching out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving precisely where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones, her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the God Emperor? Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest.
That is the most gnarliest fucking backdrop to a character I have ever heard. I love this fucking faction. Why Why do we not have more games around the Adeptus Sororitas? I want more games around this faction. These Sisters of Battle are fucking badass. Give me more games around these broads. I want it. I want it. Just take my fucking money, GW. You know you want it. Stop playing games. I want more games. More video games. Not just VR shit around the Adeptus Sororitas. And while the VR game was fucking fun and kind of a blast, god damn it, if I don't get a goddamn game where I can play as an Adeptus Sororitas. I just realized. Space Marines 2, when it's done fully developing, it's going to have its own dev kit. It's going to have full-on mod support. An entire campaign. Perhaps even entire gameplay mechanics. Perhaps even an entire reworking of the gameplay systems and the way Space Marines function and look to be all replaced with Sisters of Battle. That, oh my god. Make it happen, modders. Make it happen. We need a campaign involving the Sisters of Battle. We need more Sisters of Battle. We need an entire game for the Sisters of Battle, and I would fucking love it even in mod form. Let's make it happen. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, modders. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Let's do it.
Some sisters may make a mistake, however, and find themselves questioning their faith, disobeying a command, and even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head-on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, Repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body, completely armorless, to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous champion of the Sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a Repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless and also a direct source of their power. A whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial War Machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperium. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves, all in the name of the greater good. These are the... The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief: the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good.
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Fio, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Kor, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Kor, being navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even...
Sounds like a lot like communism. Is anyone else getting that vibe? I think it's just the internet brain rot, but it sounds a lot like communism.
Use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime.
The fucking sound effects in the background don't make it any better.
Which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the
just fucking communist China.
Cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as Seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit with advanced targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battlesuits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat, and since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vespens. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. The Kroot and Vespens we already discussed, and the humans and also Votann will join them at times, but you also have the Galg, the Nikasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Turellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears, and the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau—
That is a crime. Hearing it just sounds like the fucking amalgamation and a half, but the idea that we have yet to see it is just— that in itself is a form of crime. That should be heresy. Why haven't we seen this? What the fuck, Games Workshop? But no. The Tau Empire looks pretty fucking baller, though. Yeah, I will admit, you know, like, as much as they get shit on for being essentially weebs, you know, the Tau at least look and seem interesting in concept. I would like to see more of the Tau. And I would like to see more of how Tau society works, as well as just, you know, like, you know, seeing more stories around the Tau, because they are still a new faction that have yet to really get fully fleshed out in any meaningful fashion. I would love to see more done with the Tau. For, you know, like, like for there to be, you know, like, you know, I just want to see more cool shit. Essentially, there's a lot here for the makings to be cool shit, but I've yet to see it. So, get to work on a Games Workshop.
Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts, and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely numbers.
Tyranids, there they are.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained,
Fuck the
dead
Biovore.
in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey. The conflicts of Warhammer 40k are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda Galaxy and they have come to take ours, or they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40k that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with. They are, at their core, animals. But not the fun kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40k, and boy are they hungry. They are instinctively hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1. Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed.
What? You see, the Tyranids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind. This allows them to send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself. A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead, like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them.
That is crazy. That is literally Halo Flood logic that the fucking Forerunners used. They're literally the Flood. That is a fucking comparison and a half.
A Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer and lighting it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself, and all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde, and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims: the Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Seafort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Hutto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poisoned sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once Great Lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pools or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Helena. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge, the reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There are enormous beasts with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news...
that is gnarly. That is very crazy. That is wildly fucked up. I can't imagine being in that position. God. That could have easily happened to Kadaku in Space Marines 2 when it was invaded by the Tyranids. The only reason why the Tyranids didn't actually fully take Kadaku was because of the Space Marines of the Ultramarines chapter, but even then, with all of Titus's efforts and everything, you know, the Tyranids are still around. They're still needing to die. There's still killing that needs to be done. And what's even better is that I was looking at the siege mode that's coming out. It's actually a little bit more than just the horde mode. It's actually more so like a full-on, like, almost like a base defense combined with a horde mode. It actually looks fucking cool. And you can even summon like Cadians to fight with you, other Space Marines to help fighting off the Tyranids. You can even get Dreadnoughts to help you fight off the Tyranids and the Chaos factions. That's actually really fucking cool. I would love to see... I can't wait to play that. I think it's up on their beta test server, so maybe I can get my friends to download it and maybe we could play that. But it looks pretty fucking baller. I want to play it so badly. I was watching, I think it was like Chapter Master Volric play it. He had like an hour-and-a-half long video of him playing through it. It looks fucking cool. I would love to play it.
It seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids, they cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served. However, the Tyranids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the force of the Tyranids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed.
Is he about to talk about the Gene Stealers?
Revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the...
Yep.
In the sunless body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood. They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep in the depths of a planet, a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Gene Stealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Gene Stealer kiss is essentially what the facehugger alien does. It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of the hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40K, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the brood mind, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original Genestealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of Genestealers, there are known...
That's wildly fucked, isn't it? Imagine orchestrating the entire downfall of a civilization, your people, your friends, your family, your neighbors, and then as you're being whisked over to your the vat of biomatter pool of acid, you suddenly come to a realization that you done fucked up. And you were none the wiser.
Cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Genestealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Genestealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The Genestealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an alien presence to provide a manifesto on
The books keep telling me to short the Bible, but I don't fucking know what either of those mean.
reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
The Brickman did it again. He has done it again. He has created another fantastic lore video. Gotta give it to the guy. He knows how to make some pretty amazing lore videos when he wants to. And his Faction Re-Explained video series is by far some of the masterclass in helping to introduce people to the Warhammer setting, even if some people might have had grievances with his initial Factions Explained video. I feel like this time around, he really nailed it with not only a pretty good summarization of the factions themselves, but also giving you a glimpse into what kind of crazy fuckery they can get up to. It's truly an interesting video. I would humbly suggest, if nothing else, you would give the video a like, you subscribe, and by all means, please go support the original video. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to go grab something to eat real quick, and then we'll hop into Hell Is Us, and I'll just be right back. Okay. I'm back. I am back. Ugh. Alright. Try not to make it too long, my absences, because I remember the last one I did took me almost an hour. Alright. So, yeah, let's go ahead and just jump right into this. Hell is Us. You know, I swear to God, I could have swore I saw something that said that Hideo Kojima and Kojima Productions were making this. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I swear I thought I saw something that said this, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be true. I think I just, I don't know, I guess I just psyched myself into thinking that it was. I have no idea. Let's see. This didn't fuck up anything, did it? No, doesn't seem to. Audio settings. Oh, it didn't seem to fuck up anything. You know, I think I want to turn that off, but yeah, I'll just turn it off. Okay. Oh. Go ahead and just hop right into that. And if anybody's wondering, yes, I do plan on making a stream of me playing Stellar Blade when that officially comes out. And apparently, Space Marines 1, the Mastercrafted Edition, is coming out a day before. That is gonna be fucking legendary. I would love to play through the 4K resolution version of that game. Alright. You know, it sounds a little loud. Wait, does it have my old save data? It seems like it. Oh my god, motion blur is on. Get that shit out of here. Give me a second here. How loud is this right now? Yeah, it's kept it at 25. Maybe it just sounds loud. I don't know. It's kept a lot of my other settings too. It did! It kept my save. That's interesting. I guess this is one of those games where my save carries over regardless of account. That's weird. Total time, 1 hour. Oh, let's start a new game. This game is a work of fiction. This video game is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real people, living or dead, is purely coincidental, unless otherwise indicated. The fictitious characters, places, names, and events present in this game for narrative purposes are the fruits of the creator's imagination and no intention of faithfully representing or reflecting real individuals or facts. Similarly, scenes of violence and urban guerrilla warfare are included for narrative and entertainment purposes and are in no way intended to promote or condone such behavior in real life. Both the developer and the publisher wish to emphasize that real-life violence is unacceptable in all its forms, and this game is in no way intended to be an apology for it. Brands, companies, and other references are used for artistic and satirical purposes and remain the property of their prospective owners. Our game has no map, no markers indicating where people or things are, where to go next, or who to talk to. We will never tell you precisely what must be done or how to do it. To thrive in Hell is Us, you will need to pay attention to your environment, listen, and be vigilant. Demo save compatibility. There is no carryover to the full retail version. For the best experience, we recommend playing Hell is Us with a controller. Enable tutorials. You know, I think I'm still in the tutorial phase on my first playthrough, so you know what, we'll go with it. We'll just do it. Let's go ahead and switch over to the gaming overlay.
the truth serum. It's still experimental, hence the polygraph. I would have tortured you, but my employers insist I use their concoction. Now, let's begin. How did you get into Hadia?
Are we sure this is a Kojima game?
Well, apparently, needs more time. While it's going through your system, curious about something. Why did you do it?
Anyone in my shoes would have done the same.
I think you overestimate human beings. I don't think you realize the time, money, and resources that went into this operation. You pissed off the wrong people. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You were smuggled out of Hadia at age 5, grew up in the foster care system, and dabbled in criminal activities. You managed to pull yourself together and become a decorated soldier. After decades of trying to get back into Hadia, well, you decided to take matters into your own hands. Oh, it seems we are ready. How did you get into Hadia?
I asked for a transfer to the UN peacekeepers, who had deployed inside Hadia. It backfired. When the paperwork cleared, Hadia's civil war was in full swing and the peacekeepers pulled out. I reported to my new unit, stole some gear, and crossed the mountains.
Why come back?
Fuck. My parents. I wanted to find them. I needed to confront them.
How did you know your parents were still in Hadia?
I didn't. My only memory was that my father was the blacksmith of a village of Jova.
Getting into Hadia is just as hard as leaving. Tell me, who smuggled you out?
My mother.
What happened?
She sat me down in the back of a truck, gave me her necklace, and shut the door.
She didn't say anything?
She told me, never come back.
You know, this game is pretty like a Kojima game. I seriously feel like this is a Kojima game. Even the interrogator was... He feels like it's something that I would totally see Kojima making as a villain. After the fucking happy mask salesman in the fucking Metal Gear Solid 5. Fucking Zero. Anyways. And now we're in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. One thing I will do right now is that I think we're gonna have more cutscenes, at least not too many. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that up to large. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. Now, one thing to take note is that this is going to be a kind of a slow start. It's really trying to sell you on the atmosphere in this beginning portion. Looks pretty cool too. A large gold cast medallion with 8 figures and a sphere embossed into one side. Database classified entry, access denied. So, we're not going to get to a whole lot of action until a little bit here. Unknown language. But yeah, this game is really trying to sell you on atmosphere in this initial first step. It looks fucking gorgeous, though. Like, you can probably tell just by the visuals. And this isn't even its highest graphical setting. It's got really nice visuals. It's got a decent sense of atmosphere. It's really trying to sell you on the setting. Otis, Arlo, and Gustav. Even got pictures. And you will very quickly realize, too, that a lot of the things you find in this game are very, not only just context sensitive, but they're a lot like Souls games, where it's everything that's placed has meaning. It's very much a true to form Souls-like. Just with heavy cinematic visuals. I mean, puddles look fucking fantastic. The entire terrain looks fantastic. This game is pretty. Conversations. Conversations can be started with many characters you encounter. Conversation topics can be chosen based on datum, which represents specific pieces of information you have previously encountered. Conversing with characters may reveal additional datum, which can be open up new topics of conversation. Topics that are relevant for your main objectives are listed on the left side of the screen. Listed on the right side are optional topics, which reveal more about the situation, culture, or history of Hadia.
You must be lost to wander around Sinedra Forest. I'm afraid I have very little to offer. You're welcome to stay and catch your breath. Frankly, I could use the company.
Who are you?
The name's Ernest Cadell. My family has tilled the earth here for generations. When the Sabinian army dug in for the winter, they used our home as their headquarters. I wasn't here at the time, but my sons were. When I finally came back, the Sabinians were long gone. They left my sons' bodies in the forest. My only solace is knowing that my fourth son might still be alive. I hope he finds his way home, if he's out there somewhere.
I could go into this, but I'd rather just kind of speed along. This is all optional anyways.
Do you know where the village of Jova is located?
It's in Akasa Marshes. It's quite a ways from here. I'm afraid you're going to need a vehicle. Unfortunately, I have none. A group of strange-looking soldiers arrived here last night in an APC. Perhaps you can ask them for help. It's not the first time I've seen them. They always seem to be snooping around here for something.
Where can I find the APC?
They parked their APC just beyond the woods, to the north. Once in the woods, follow the wind chimes. They will lead the way through. I hung them in the trees so my sons would stop getting lost when they were children. Setharus, bless their souls. The gate to enter the woods is locked. Here, take this key to unlock it.
All right. Nice. This game, by the way, is a demo.
Hey, Gus, Arlo, Otis, please pick up. It's Atticus. I've been trying to call for days now. Phone lines keep going down, so I don't know when I'll be able to call you back, but I'll keep trying. Hey, don't go killing Sabs without me. See you soon.
Yeah. This game is a demo. It's not the full retail version. So if you want to play this game for yourself, maybe get an idea of what the lore is like, feel free to go right on ahead. I'm just giving you my take on the game, and you know, from what I've played so far in my own time, it seems pretty interesting. When it got announced back on, God, what was it? A State of Play from PlayStation 5, that wasn't the recent one that happened earlier, I thought it was pretty cool looking. But otherwise, I have no idea as to what this game is going to be, what it's going to be like, what it's even about. So far, it seems like a guy just trying to make it back to his family home. Trying to reconnect with his parents. That's about all I know. Whoop. 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 I feel like there should be collision here. I am now one with the others. None can stop me. Me and my humanoid cow hybrid. There we go. Investigation. If you are unsure of how to proceed in your main objective, open the datapad and navigate to the investigation tab. But yeah, this game is fucking phenomenal. It's got great atmosphere. Graphics are awesome. Moisture looks moist. It's all great. You can even hear small rain effects. The game also rewards exploration, as a game obviously should, when you decide to venture off the beaten path. A bronze bell marred with scorch marks and natural abrasion. And there's an item up there. An unknown language. But yeah, it's a Souls-like, all right. So many twists and turns and avenues for exploration. Well, we found the APC.
You found me. Epsilon 12, right? God, I can't see shit. I have blood in my eyes. You must have honed in on my distress beacon.
Wounded soldier, who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Sifo 451, Epsilon 11. I got separated from my unit. They're still down there behind that door. We were on an SSC. We got jumped. I'm not sure how I got here. All I remember is hearing that door shutting behind me. I must have triggered something. We need the key to the APC. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Who has the APC key?
The sergeant has the key. He's inside with the team. Sarge is easy to spot. He's the one with a dark red poncho. Shit. I'm hurt pretty bad. I need to stop the bleeding. Look, we have a med kit in the camp we set up in the woods west of here. We marked the trees to make it easier to navigate. Bring me the med kit, and I'll give you what you need to open the door.
All right. Well, we have our new objective, I guess. I head this way. See, and the markings he's referring to is the white X's on the trees. Gotta follow these. So yeah, you could tell just by the onset that what they said as you were clocking into the game was true. The game heavily wants you to rely on context clues, among other things, in order to navigate your way through the game. Which is pretty bold, by the way. Even if you blockheads find the key, I bet you'll never find the treasure chest. The blue paint is harder to see than the red. Very much, they want you to actually play the game. They actually want you to get immersed in it, try at it. And that's an idea and ethos that I can get behind. Too much hand-holding in most modern day games. Especially AAA. Speaking of that state of play that I mentioned, the state of play that Sony had earlier didn't have much to speak of. And a rusted key. The only thing that was great about the state of play that Sony had released that was an hour long was that they had a trailer for a new game called Pragmata, which seems like a dad simulator, which seems like an action game dad simulator, which I'm not going to complain. That seems like a pretty fucking cool looking game. It looks visually interesting. It also looks like it has actual gameplay outside of walking and talking, among other things. Plus, there was also a reveal for a new Suda51 video game. Yeah, that's right, Koichi Suda is back, and he's come back with a new game. There's the medkit. Estimated time since anomaly collapse, 1056 years, based on resonant topology signature, coincides with 5th cycle harmonics. Actions taken, following items forwarded to facilities CCO2 for further analysis, completing imaging profile of sites, concentric pattern core samples extracted around anomaly locus, proximate flora samples. But yeah. He's making a new game, Suda51, called Romeo is a Dead Man, which looks like an action game on a similar level of like something a cross between No More Heroes and what was it? No More Heroes and Dead Rising. Because a lot of the action seemed to have taken place on an almost mall-like setting. I wouldn't be surprised, right, if Suda saw the gameplay of Dead Rising, or liked the gameplay of Dead Rising, but hated the fact that it's kind of dead now. And so he's trying to bring it back to some extent? I don't know. I think Suda is very much a gamer. I'm just not sure what Romeo as a Dead Man is gonna be like. Because we've seen snippets of the gameplay as well as the game itself, but we don't know exactly what it's going to turn into. Behold the magnificent treasure of the Cadell family. It belonged to our great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. P.S. Don't break it, you nitwits. Bracelet of Ecstasy, Wanton Destruction. Limbic Sphere, Ecstasy, Grade 1, Damage Absorption, Endurance Bonus. Now we can equip that. There's our health and stamina bar. Finally. But yeah, as you can see, I'm kind of breezing through this a little bit because I know this beginning part's a little too slow for streaming purposes, but if you want to try this demo yourself, feel free to do exactly that.
Oh, good. You got the medkit. Okay, you see that ladder over there? Climb it to the top. Take this. You'll need it to open the door. You'll figure it out.
Ancient mechanism, an old, dilapidated mechanism meant to open the door to the ruins of Senedra Forest. Given to me by a wounded OMSIF agent without any further instruction. There is fall damage too, so don't just walk off of places willy-nilly. Puzzles. Oh look, symbols. But there's a missing symbol. What could it possibly mean? Ah, there it is. It had collapsed onto the other side. Oh yeah, I know. It's a pretty interesting puzzle though. There we go. I like how reactive the environment is. Even this short of a fall is enough to hurt you, so gotta use ladders. You just have to. You're not playing the heroes of your typical fantasy FromSoft games.
I knew you'd figure it out. Now get the APC key so we can get the hell out of here.
Alright. It's dark as fuck in here. Sounds like the door just closed behind me. Even when I actually stop to pay attention to the research data of this game and read a lot of its lore bits, I still have no fucking clue what the hell's going on. Let's see. Action. Preliminary test analysis determines site has been completely sealed since at least 937 AD, coinciding with the height of 5th Limbic invasion. Actions taken. Successfully unlocked door mechanism to gain entry into site. preliminary exploration, and securing of first chambers. Collection and catalog of items listed below. Installation of base camp equipment. Following items forwarded to Facility ZC-02 for further analysis. Dust samples from each chamber. Drone imaging sweep of each chamber. 4 iron tools for historical analysis. Iron shackles for historical analysis. 5 teeth from separate skeletal remains for DNA analysis. Actions planned. Unseal next doorway in the morning of January 23rd. The hell was that? Unsealed next doorway in the morning of January 23rd. Auditory cues reveal possible entity presence. Exercise extreme caution as entity contact likely. Set a contingency evacuation plan. There was suddenly like a bright purple light on the screen. Did anyone else see that? Yeah, I just saw it on my end now. Okay, so it's got to be something from the game.
Hey, are you okay? Hey! Fuck. What the fuck?
Holy shit. It's like Control. The geometry is trying to kill you. Damn. That was pretty fucking cool. I like how this guy just walks up and pilfers her clothes and everything. Doesn't even check. At least he doesn't seemingly check to see if she's alright. She's probably dead. It's just funny how nonchalant he is about it, though. It's just like, is she alive? Is she not alive? No. It's just like, okay, well, she dead? Yep, seems dead. I'm just gonna take her shit and her sword. Just be on my way. This is where I came from. So we got a puzzle to solve. Scanning. First, the sinners are brought to the tower. Med kit. And finally, the sinners will fall into the fires of hell. This is all a piece to the puzzle. The endurance system combines two vital stats, health and stamina. It is represented by the green bar at the top of the screen. Maximum health is equal to your total endurance. Maximum stamina is equal to your current health. As you receive hits from enemies, your health will decrease in turn. This lowers the maximum stamina available for actions. Stamina will generate automatically up to your current health level. However, health does not regenerate automatically. If health reaches 0, you are defeated. Ow. Taking way too many hits from that. Then they will endure the climb through the twin-headed serpent. Alright. Plane. Alright, so first was the tower, so that's set. Then it was the fire. No, fire was the last one, that's right. I got that mistake earlier, too. I guess it's the opposite way. There we go. Once swallowed into the depths of the twin-headed serpent tier, the wretched Sabinian vermin shall be excreted unto the flame pits of the accursed Himalara fields. There is a strange culture to this game that bears some investigating. Damn. I pressed it too quickly. When you're attacking, if you press R1 after making an attack, you can actually regain some of the health that you've potentially lost during combat scenarios. But it's proportional to the amount of damage you do. You have to wait for the blinking around the character to reach its zenith into like a full circle around you before you can claim it, though. And it's getting the timing down. That's the difficult part. Especially from how stiff the animations are. Not so much with the other weapon you're going to get in this demo, but so much from, like, the stiffness is just in this sword. For some reason, the sword is just stiff. I am filled with glee as they enter, row after row, shackled in bondage of their own making. Astarian, Jihanian, filthy cattle, their stench is unbearable. How I wish my duty would take me to the spire, to hear their cries, to revel in their laments, as they finally grasp the airs of their ways. Alas, my charge lies here. My queen requires it. Cetharus requires it. I am to shepherd the sinners as they await their final judgment at the spire. Place is very weird. But yeah, there are other people who live in this area, indigenous people. I believe they're called the Postulimus, or the Postumus. Instantly gain limbic energy when wielded with wielded weapon. You can put this away using that, but who wants to actually put their weapon away in here? Bracers of Terror. Intimidating Bulwark. Limbic Sphere Terror. Has damage negation among other things. Keep doing that. It's not pause, it is the touchpad. The UI in this game has a satisfying click to it. But yeah, this game looks very interesting. I don't know if I'd ever buy it personally, but it seems interesting enough to keep on my radar. I keep screwing that up. Anything else around here? Does not seem like it. All right. There it is, the healing pulse. To claim it, you do have to press R1 at the right moment. And it's usually after you take damage onto the enemy. Not when you actually take damage, but when you damage an enemy. It's kind of hard to nail down because you have to focus on two things at once. Ow. There we go. I missed it. Oh well. At least I got the charge hit off. That's good range too. Closes the distance real quick. Distract ability. Facing two enemies who fight in tandem can be challenging. In these situations, using your drone's distract ability can be helpful. Your drone can be commanded to distract the enemy you are currently locked onto. It will fly towards the enemy and begin distracting it, preventing it from attacking you for a time. Hell yeah. I got most of my health. I got all my health back. Nice. It gives you an interesting Stranger Things vibe, don't it? This game. Limbic twin axes. The other weapons you can use in the game. Since I'm fully healed, among other things. It's a door. It's a locked door. It's a door. It's a door. Ow. All right. There's one of the keys, I believe, to that one door we passed. Hey, look, a new enemy variant. Nice. What are these things? Who knows? It's as if Silent Hill and Stranger Things had a very weird baby. Now. Anything else that's interactable around here? Doesn't seem like it. His gaze shines upon our queen. Let no prisoner be led beyond these walls unbound. From neck to ankle they must be shackled, that none may stride unburdened in the tower's shadow. Hey, there's that red poncho guy that we're looking for. Drone bypass single. Drone cooldown negative 90 seconds. Reduce the drone's active cooldown. Subject, multiple suspected SSEs. Target, Sinedra region, Southern Umbrahan. Objective, Standard Protocol Alpha. Locate and contain reported anomalies, investigate origin and evolution of the sites, collect and catalog relevant materials. There's the key to the APC. Now we just gotta make our way back. Dear Marco, how you been, brother? The unit's been camping out in Sinedra after our big push. Cold as hell. Let me tell you, it feels good to get some rest, even if I'll likely lose a toe or two from frostbite out here. Hell, I got 9 more, right? Gotta tell you something, Marco. We found something while digging the trenches. A big old door, sealed shut, and proper old. The captain ordered us to pry it open, and that just don't sit right with me. There are laws against this kind of thing. Remember how Grandpa gave us hell when we were trying to climb that old wall near the lake? We aren't supposed to be disturbing heritage sites, even during a war. Captain's lost his damn mind. Can't wait to hear from you. Your bro, Martin. Back out in the fresh air. My dearest Marina, we trampled through Sinedra Forest with fury of keen aster. Pals never stood a chance. They died like dogs. I must have taken out at least a dozen, scrambling around like termites when the shells dropped. It was glorious. We found 3 pal brothers cowering at a farmhouse. Pissed their pants as we took them out. Took them out back. One of them was wearing a gold watch. Can you believe my luck? Sending it to you with this letter. Sell it and buy yourself something nice. I swear I'll return to you, sweet Marina, once we've killed every last one of them. Love, your Ruslan. So this is a Sabinian talking about how he killed one of the Palumians, or whatever they call themselves. And it's one of the elderly person's sons, Otis Cadell. Yep, there's his watch. Good deed started. Oh boy, I can't go this way. New usable items. Basic meal small. More medkits. Linked enemies. Oh, this is the geometry enemy. You will often face 2 enemies linked together by an umbilical cord. This pair is known as Limbic Entity and is made up of Hollow Walker, a light-skinned humanoid creature, Haze, a large monster of various shape. To defeat this pair, you must kill the Hollow Walker, the humanoid. However, the Hollow Walker cannot be damaged as long as the Haze is still present. Reducing the Haze's health to 0 will cause it to retreat into the Hollow Walker, who will become enraged but vulnerable to your attacks. In this state, a Hollow Walker's limbic energy, represented by the white bar, cannot be reduced and will gradually replenish. If the limbic energy fully replenishes, it will return to a state of invulnerability and the Haze will re-emerge. Alright. So that tells me that I need to get... In fact, before I do this... Can I attach this yet? Into the drone. Compass... Here we go. Drone slots. Orders and recall, collapse time loop. What is this? I guess I can't add anything to it yet? I have to equip it first? Okay. Alright, here we go. Oi. Those are going to be more challenging than expected. Well, we can go this way now. This is about as far as I got in my own time, so everything now is wholly new territory for me. I see more of them over there, and another one. There's a lot of cool shit around here, isn't there? Oh, I didn't even see these guys. Okay, come on. There we go. You usable? So far I'm just tanking hits, really. This game seems interesting, though. Very interesting. There's a lot of pathways and vantage points around here. They see me, it looks like. Yeah. Dropping down seems like a bad idea. This one's got a haze. Oh, the sword leveled up. Interesting. So killing things level up equipment. In that case, let's experiment a little bit, see what kind of levels I could get. I'm getting better at this. More medkits. Advanced medkit. Nice. I'm getting a lot of new stuff, that's for sure. So what's up this way? Another haze enemy. Oh, what is that? Ow. Okay, fine. Just die, please. Jesus. Jesus. At least he's normal. Another one with haze. Okay. What's up in this ruin now? It looks like I'm looking for cubes. Let's see, that way will lead back to the farm, I believe. Oh, there's an item there. Another drown bypass. Is it like a multiple use type of item? Yep. Looks like it's a consumable. Damn it. Ramhead Medallion. Oh, that's for back in that one place, isn't it? Ramhead Medallion. Preliminary analysis. Estimated 9th century origin. Ramhead iconography matches twin depressions found near door DW13 of Psi Lambda 2. Existence of matching medallions suspected. Further analysis required. Actions taken. Packaged item for transport to ZC01. So I guess if we want to backtrack, we can certainly do that. Can't go that way. The door was over there, right? Here we go, it's right here. Here we go. There we go. Oh, hi there. I was trying to counter him, trying to parry him, but... There's carpets. By decree of Queen Harvor, for too long we have suffered those whose sinful hearts beget calamity after calamity upon us. Illegible. Let this grand edifice stand as a testament to our righteousness, a shining beacon in the sea of immortality, a reminder to all that none escapes his gaze. Here we purge heresy. Heresy? What is this, Warhammer? Here we purge heresy. Here we purify the kingdom. Here we reclaim our faith. For the Emperor. Glyph, frightful ambush. You spawn a pool of pure terror energy that can be activated at will, leaving the seized limbic entities in dreadful pain. Oh, time to go back. As interesting as that was. Okay, so what was over on this end, right? There was a place further down we could go to. Okay. Come on. There we go. What's this? Another hole. We don't have the key. Where does one find a key? I guess we're just gonna have to find that key. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Up the path a bit more, maybe? Oh, let's just, Ow. Sweet. Level up. That was a bit dicey, wasn't it? It's gotta be over here, whatever it is, right? That is an interesting sound. Time Loop Guardian was killed. Tower. New location discovered. Hang on. Should I go here? I feel like this is progress now. Hmm. Uh-oh. Oh no, that guy's dead. Poor guy. Oh, he had a med kit himself? He's a liar. He's a fraud. A fake and a fraud. Is this our hub area? Navigation computer. Oh yeah, it's looking like our hub area. Oh man, look at all these areas we could go. We're here, we need to go here. We still have things to do, so let's not do that quite yet. First off, let's give that Ernest guy back his son's watch. Time loop guardian killed. What even is that? What is that supposed to mean? Decoded orders below. Asterian Armed Forces High Command to AAF 6th Battalion. Objectives: establish forward command post. Target farmhouse. Hordes. Clear and occupy minimal resistance expected. Set up comms uplink as priority. Number 2. Secure southern Umbrahan region. Target Sinedra Forest. Concentrated and low activity. Sweep and clear forest. Artillery support available. 3rd. Hold region. Target Sinedra Forest. Establish trench network. Counterattack expected. Fortify line and hold for winter. Await further orders for spring offensive. Interesting. Hey, look, that cow's still here. Become one with the cow. You are the dairy.
Thank you for bringing this watch back to me. It belonged to Otis, my eldest. My father gave it to me, and I gave it to Otis. I'll give it to Atticus if he ever comes home.
Hmm.
Startled me. I thought you were one of those soldiers. It's not a bad idea to dress up like one of them. Listen, I hope you find whatever you're looking for in Joa. You seem to have a purpose. Sadly, Hadia will suck it dry.
What do you know about the tower?
What do you know about the tower?
If I were you, I would avoid that place. I forbade my sons to even go near it. The tower is haunted and cursed. I know it sounds silly, but it happens to be true.
Yes, I can see the connection waning. I can see the bits. Whatever the KBPS means. I can see that. It's stable now. Alrighty. Goal and watch, good deed accomplished. I see one person's watching. Hello there. Or was watching. Again, I like to remind everybody that if you want to, and you want to give this game a try, this is the demo version of the game. I would highly recommend you try it out for yourself. It looks and feels pretty fun to play. I wouldn't say this is like Stellar Blade smooth, because that demo feels so fucking good to play, but this is pretty interesting. It's got an interesting story. It's also not a futuristic sci-fi thing. It's very much like a more modern story with Souls-like elements to it. I don't know what that white bar means, but I'm assuming that's the... What happens if I use this? Ah. So it uses that. It must be the charge energy, right? What happens if I switch? No, I'm not sure what it is. There's a lady trap down there, and I think that whatever we're looking for might be down here. So, at the very least, let's give it a whirl, shall we? Nice. Level 3 now. Definitely the sword does more damage, but it's a little stiffer to control. Lift Animosity, Limbic Sphere. Oh, interesting. Pure hatred manifests into a lasso that ensnares a targeted limbic entity, vengefully pulling it back into melee range and stunning it in the process. How do you use these? Must be another consumable, I guess. Can't open this. Requires a key that I don't have. Behold the towering ire of infidels, the Arcus Tower Spire. Vast maw that swallows the loathsome Sabinian worms into their rightful doom. The gilded gateway to the august passage of Her Majesty the Queen and her stately procession. But there's no way to open it, is there? Well, I guess if there's no way to open it, I can't do anything about it, so... It's possible that a lot of the items that were over here were taken by the soldiers to that ZCO1 location. So I guess we'll just have to leave and come back another time. Interesting as encounters go, though. It was seen that both enemies shared that one entity, which is kind of neat. So far, it's very Souls-like, but not Souls-like at the same time. It's almost like an action game, but stiff like a Souls-like. Alright. Well, back in the APC, I guess we can try going to that new place, but that'll probably end the demo. And then off we go.
Epsilon 11. Epsilon 11, sound off. Why are you in Akasa Marshes? Who ordered you? Where are my men?
They're gone. The creatures got the better of them.
Abandon the vehicle and walk away. You have my word, no harm will come to you.
How about I give it back when I no longer need it?
I would advise against it.
It's just too convenient.
You have no idea who you've stolen from. Choose your next move wisely.
Or we just continue. All right, I'm not gonna complain. I'm getting a lot out of this so far. Welcome to Akasa Marshes. Couldn't just drive through here? Not all characters will engage in full conversation, but may still say something of interest.
Why is this happening? Camille. Oh, my baby. Anna, my baby girl. We got separated during the evacuation in Tulsi. The screaming, the panic, the smoke, pure chaos. I lost them in the crowd. I finally traced them back to Jova, but I'm too late. I'm too late. Oh, Camille, forgive me. I'm too late. Without one of their belongings, I can't even give them a proper Palamist burial.
Box of bronze acorns, an ammunition crate holding hundreds of small bronze acorns. Those look like almost devil heads to me. Sabinian territory. Interesting. Thank you for playing. Ah, there we go. We hope you've enjoyed this early glimpse into Hell Is Us. What you've experienced is just the beginning. There's so much more to uncover. Wishlist us on Steam to stay informed and join our community to share your thoughts, feedback, and discuss your discoveries. The support means the world to us. Feel free to replay the demo to uncover more secrets, or we'll see you in the full experience on September 4th. Sweet! Well, that was Hell Is Us. I gotta admit, I really liked this game, to a degree. I don't know if I will be playing it on the day it comes out. It seems like an interesting enough game, though. If you guys want to see it, I don't mind playing it on the channel. But otherwise, you know, this has been Hell Is Us, a truly interesting game. And though the story and its interesting sort of depiction of like a fictional culture, among other things, as well as a civil war, is something to behold, I guess. It's more so zany. This is certainly bordering on the almost Control style level of like almost Lovecraftian, impossible to understand type of like a metaphysical, like philosophical, I guess you can say, approach to storytelling. Because if I remember correctly, right, like Control was a story about, because I mean, again, I have to paraphrase, I've never played it before. It was a story about how people found a way to enter another realm, and in that other realm there are like these weird cosmic entities that are beyond our understanding or reach. And because we kept flirting with the technologies that help to access that other world, they began to invade our own, and they appear as geometric shapes, among other things. So I'm getting a similar vibe from this game. It seems like an interesting enough game. I have my own games that I'm looking forward to and my own priorities, but I will keep this one in mind. I will certainly be watching out for reviews for this game, and you know, if a lot of people really like it and it turns out to be a interesting enough game, I will certainly play it, both on the channel and also in my own time. But otherwise, yeah, that's been Hell Is Us. The only thing that I could possibly say about this game that could use some improvement, if the developers do ever watch this or see this, and if they are listening, sword mechanics are a little stiff. I feel like the dual axes are nice, but the sword mechanics are a bit stiff. I got used to it after a while, but I do feel like there can be some improvements on just the sword itself. But maybe if I level it up further, it'll get smoother and a little bit easier to hold, like easier to use, but I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it there. And I'm gonna call the stream right here as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see all of you in the next video, whenever the hell that is. But I can guarantee you that it's going to be either when Space Marines Master Crafted Edition comes out, or when Stellar Blade comes out. I'm not sure which. I want to play both, but they're both coming out, like, literally a day before or after the other. So it's, there's only a day apart between them. So maybe what I'll do is that I'll try to, like, as long as I don't have to work on those days, I could try to, like, play Space Marines Master Crafted Edition one day and then play Stellar Blade the next. I have no idea. But, yeah, I'll leave it there. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you all in the next stream. Bye-bye. Or in the next video, whichever you prefer.